Our Indian colleague Vimal Kumar mentioned earlier that Virat Kohli has a bit of a interesting thing that he's played against Shivnarine Chanderpaul and now Tangarayan Chanderpaul at this ground. He believes that's the only time in history of cricket that particular fact's happened. Here's Thakur once again bowling to Athanaze. He lets that go through to the keeper. That's the end of the 29th over. It's 68 for 4 here at Windsor Park.
Yes, good first over from Thakur just after lunch, bowling just outside the off stump. Athanaze didn't have to play a couple of the balls outside the off stump. Good first over. West Indies obviously looking to consolidate, I would say, because Athanaze and the keeper, the Silva, now have to build a partnership. They need to bat long. You said they need to be there at tea time. I would endorse that because West Indies now need a partnership. West Indies really need to bat for the day, and they have to bat for the day.
And more, hopefully. Just on that father and son thing, so 5 bowlers in the history of Test cricket have dismissed father and son. So this is a little quiz for you. Don't look at my phone.
Okay.
Okay. So who are the father? So one combination is Shivnarine and Tangarayan Chanderpaul.
Yeah, 5 bowlers have
So who would the other father and son
in Test cricket,
be?
right?
Test cricket.
Let me think.
Here's Jadeja opening up after lunch from the river end, and it's defended
Father
by
and son. That's a good quiz question. Let me think.
Here's Jadeja again, and De Silva is back, playing that one away into the offside, and there's no run.
Would one be Sean Marsh and Geoff Marsh?
That was what Vimal said, but according to this thing that I've just seen, which is, I believe, it's Cricinfo, that is not the answer.
That is not the answer. Oh.
Yeah.
Sean and Geoff Marsh. Okay.
Here's De Silva getting off the mark here, pushing that one away into the offside. The man coming around there to cut it off was Shubman Gill, and that gives De Silva the first run of his innings so far today. I can give you a clue. You're in the right hemisphere.
Yeah. Yeah, hold on. Trying to think. That's a title. I'm sure I can get it to the halftime.
You'll get it.
Yeah.
For 5 days.
Sure.
Okay, here's Athanaze driving beautifully through the offside, out to the boundary for 4. Yeah, he times the ball exquisitely, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. A lovely stroke for the offside. Beautiful offside by the young man. Still trying to get the answer, Andrew.
Okay, southern hemisphere, and it's not an Australian father and son.
Okay.
But the other country's quite close, and I might come from it actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think.
Here's Jadeja bowling to Athanaze. He drives up to mid-off where Unadkat does the fielding and there's no run. Here is Jadeja bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Athanaze, and there's no run there. That's the end of the over. It's now 73 for 4 here at Windsor Park.
Well, we saw a fine shot from Athanaze in that over. Lovely off drive. Elegant. Well, he is an elegant batsman, Andrew. He has so much time to play. And if he bats them till tea time, we'll probably see a lot of classical strokes through the covers, through mid-wicket pulls and cuts, because he's that kind of player, Andrew. I'm still trying to get your answer. Would it be
guys hit the ball a long way?
Yeah. Would it be Peter Pollock and Sean Pollock? That be one?
No. Wrong country.
One country. Wow.
Here's Thakur beginning a new over from the Botanical Gardens end, and De Silva defends that one away into the leg side, picked up by Rahane, and there's no run. I might have to tell you.
Yeah, you might have to tell me.
Chris and Lance Cairns.
Wow, just okay. New Zealand, you're New Zealanders, right?
Yeah, so the two guys that got those two out is Ian Botham and Wasim Akram.
Wow.
Here's Taco once more, past umpire golf. And De Silva's struck on the pad. It might be going down leg side, I think. There's an appeal. Didn't look super convincing, and it's not given out anyway. But will they go to the DRS? The time is on.
De Silva sometimes gets inside of his stumps to play the ball. He sometimes gets inside, and they're calling for the review now. Let's hope it was, for West Indies' sake, it was going on the leg side. Let's hope so.
It's kind of remarkable, though, isn't it, that in the history of Test cricket, there's only two father and son batsmen that have been dismissed by the same bowler. Chanderpools and the Cairnses. Three guys have got the Chanderpools out. Here it is, just looking at the replay now.
Clearly going down the leg side.
Way down.
Clearly going down the leg side. No chance of that in LBW.
I don't think that would have hit your barn door.
I'm surprised they would take a reverse. Clearly going down the leg side. No chance of that being given out. No chance at all. Bad review. They've lost they will lose a review.
Just to finish off that little bit. So yeah, Ian Botham and Wasim Akram dismissed Lance and Chris Cairns.
Yeah, without getting the clearly way down the leg side. Yeah. Very bad review.
And the Chanderpools were dismissed by Mitchell Stark, Simon Harmer and Ravi Chandran Ashwin today. Here's Taka once more. And De Silva cutting this one behind point, where it's cut off very well there by, who's that there? That's Ned Cut, and there's no run.
You spoke about Chris and Lance Cairns. Is it Lance Cairns who was very ill, and is he okay now?
Chris has been very unwell. He's had like major heart surgery and everything. I'm not too sure how he's doing these days, but he sort of had quite a private life until he got very unwell. Here's Taco once more, and it's the same result. Picked up a cover by Unad Cut, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, Chris Cairns was so unwell that I know Brendan McCullum called him, and they hate each other basically because of that whole libel case thing. And McCullum called him and said, look, I'm really sorry and all this sort of thing. So yeah, it's pretty serious. I think.
Well, that's good of McCullum though, to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because when people are ill, that's when they need support.
Exactly. It's Takur once more, the right arm quick bowler, and it's a short ball and it's hooked, but not convincingly, or pulled, but not convincingly by De Silva. But it lands safely in the mid-wicket area, and it's 1 run. Wow, that really wasn't a convincing shot at all. It's called the short ball for the over. It didn't seem that short. We'll just look at it again. I guess it was up at face height. So that brings the local boy, Alec Athanaze, on strike. Actually, when I was tweeting yesterday, it auto-corrected and called him Slick. So I'm going to call him Slick Athanaze from now on.
Slick Alec.
Slick Alec, yeah. Right, last ball of this over, the 31st of the innings. And it's run away. You could say dabbed down past the second slip by Athanaze. Chased out to the boundary there by Suraj. And 2 runs to Athanaze. That takes him on to 19. And the West Indies 76 for 4 here at Windsor Park.
Yeah, quite start by West Indies after lunch. I mean, Slick Alec, as you call him, and De Silva was trying to settle in. As we saw that stroke, it actually was a pull stroke from De Silva, a bit high. It could have gone anywhere, because to me he didn't really control that pull shot, but he survived, and let's hope he can continue, because West Indies really needs a partnership here today.
Yeah, just looking at De Silva's record, I was looking at it yesterday, and I'll come back to that. Here is Jadeja beginning a new over, bowling to De Silva. This defends that out to cover. where Viracoli does the fielding, and there's no run. Yeah, De Silva's averaging 27 in Test cricket with just the 100 in 22 matches.
That 100 was against England in a match-winning inning.
Oh, right.
Yeah, against England.
There's Jadeja, the left-arm spinner, bowling round the wicket, as he so often does, to De Silva. He's defending into the offside, and there's no run. Was that on the last tour, was it?
Yes, he made it 100. In fact, the last wicket partnership probably put on something like 80 or even close to 100. Himself, I can't remember who it was, but he made 100 in that final game.
There's Jadeja, and he's just leaving that one outside the off stump as De Silva, through to Ishan. Another one of the debutantes here today. He took a very nice catch to dismiss Ramon Rifa, but he's looked a little bit untidy at times as well. There's Jadeja to De Silva, just defends that one away. There's no run there. So West Indies' run rate's been pretty much the same the whole way through. It's 2.4 currently. See is Jadeja bowling to De Silva, and he's nicked it straight to the keeper, Ishan. So De Silva never really looked very comfortable at the crease, and he's paid the price with Jadeja getting his second wicket of the innings. De Silva, just looking at the replay now, looked to cut one that was way too close to him. Oh, and Ishan juggled it, but managed to hang on. So it's another catch for Ishan, and De Silva is on his way, walking back to the pavilion for just the 2 runs.
As you rightly said, that ball was far too close to De Silva to be playing that stroke. He's trying to cut a ball, bouncing, and far too close. Hence, he lost his wicket. And West Indies have sunk into further trouble, Andrew. 5 wickets down now for what? 76. When you win the toss and you're 76 for 5, just after lunch on the first day, you are in serious trouble.
Well, maybe the official gym that you were mentioning during the lunch break haven't printed the tickets for Sunday. Maybe they knew something.
Well, if you have good weather, from now on, you will struggle to get play on Sunday. You struggle. Because just after lunch, West Indies really, well, they needed a partnership between De Silva and now they need a partnership now between Jason and Athanaze, because they're in a serious trouble.
Well, Jason Holder's a very capable batsman, of course. He's got a Test double century to his credit. They just have to dig in here, but it doesn't look good. And you just think if you're a Dominican thinking of coming to the cricket today, you wouldn't really feel so inspired right now, apart from the fact that Athanaze is batting.
Well, West Indies, after the disaster in not qualifying for the World Cup, all that too deters people, Andrew, from coming to watch West Indies. They don't really inspire people. People are not inspired to want to come and watch them.
So it's going to be Jason Holder, a tall man, right-handed, facing Jadeja. Just defensively forward there, and there's no run. And that is the end of the over. So very successful over for Ravi Jadeja. He's now 2 for 11, and that takes the score through to 76 for 5 here at Windsor Park.
Yes, and I mean, West Indies cricket, we have suffered for some time now. The fans of West Indies, people have struggled to understand what is the cause. We just saw what has happened, not qualifying for the World Cup, didn't qualify for the World T20, and now this is the first cycle of the next 2 years of the World Test Championship, and it's the first of 2 Test matches that will be played in the Caribbean, and the West Indies team is struggling.
Here's tackle around the wicket to Athanaze. He's defending, just a backward point, picked up there by Siraj, and there's no run. But has we hear this been struggling for a long time. I mean, it feels like a very long time actually. But what about the Caribbean Premier League? How popular is that?
It's popular, but you see, this is only T20, and I mean, a lot of guys gravitate towards that. But I'm not really a fan of the T20, honestly. I'm not sure if it's helping West Indies cricket.
Right. So it's Takur once more. Front on action, bowling to Athanaze, who drives into the offside. There's no run. Fielded out there by Shubman Gill. Yeah, I mean, the West Indies have the perennial problem though, don't they? Especially with all these T20 leagues in the world now. I mean, I know that they've been more affected with sort of losing players of the calibre of, Sunil Narayan and Dwayne Bravo and Kyron Pollard, Andre Russell. There's all these players, and the cupboard's a little bit bare at times. Here's Takur bowling to Athanaze, and he defends into the offside and there's no run.
Yeah, well, you say that, but these guys, I mean, Ryan played a few test matches, Russell hasn't played. I'm not sure if this guy really want to play test cricket, and as I've said, this T20 is taking over the world really, and T20 cricket, but test cricket to me is still the thing. You watch the series England-Australia, nothing beats that. Test cricket, honestly.
Here's Takur bowling to Athanaze. He just shoulders arms, lets it go through to the keeper, and there's no run. I'll tell you what, one thing I found interesting is I just wandered downstairs to the press area. There's virtually no Indian journalists here.
That's surprising. That's
really,
very
I couldn't
surprising.
believe it.
Why? That's very surprising. Yeah. Ooh, I didn't realize that.
There's one guy on television. He works for Cricinfo normally. But yeah, it's a test match and there's barely anyone here. I was really surprised. Here's Takur round the wicket to the left-handed Athanaze. He defends back to the bowler and there's no run.
It's surprising because, Sunil Gavaskar, in fact, 2011, he was right here in Dominica when India played. And he normally travels, or even Ravi Shastri. So it's surprising that neither of them have chosen to come to the Caribbean.
Yeah, very surprising. So it might be a virtue of the fact of what the pay might have been.
Say again?
It could have been to do with what the pay might have been.
Oh, well, I don't think these guys need money, man.
No, that's true.
People like Shastri and Sunil Gavaskar, these guys don't really need money.
Here's Takur bowling to Athanaze, and he drives through point, out towards the boundary, chased all the way there by Shubman Gill, but it beats him to the boundary in front of the scoreboard, to the delight of the fans waving the Dominican flag, and it's 4 runs off the flashing blade of Alec Athanaze. Looks like it was also a no ball, I believe. The umpire's called no ball there. So there'll be one further ball to be bowled in this over. Athanaze moves on now to 23 now, I believe. Now 23 Athanaze. So he's looking pretty good. Pretty good indeed. So Takur having to re-bowl that previous delivery. And Athanaze is defending. Cheer from the crowd, picked up by Rahane. So at the end of the over, it's West Indies 81 for 5 here at Windsor Park.
Classical of square drive from Alec Athanaze, which went for 4. Shubman Gill chased it, but it was so well timed that it went easily to the boundary. And Athanaze continued to look good, and Drew has played very well ever since he came in. He's hit the ball in the middle of the bat, and he's looked very good ever since he came in.
Well, you'd have to say that out of the batsmen that have been at the crease so far today, he's looked comfortably the best. In the sense of he hasn't looked troubled in any way whatsoever. He hasn't played any loose shots. He hasn't had the ball in the air. He's looked very sound. Here's Jadeja beginning a new over, bowling to Jason Holder. Very tall Jason Holder, dwarfing Ishan Kishan behind the stumps, just defending. There's no run. As Rohit Sharma picks the ball up there at cover. As Jadeja quickly back to his mark and then again. And this time Holder's looking to force that off the back foot, but he missed it, and Ishan Kishan didn't collect that cleanly again. So he's just struggling a bit here, Kishan. He's just not catching the ball well at all, and bearing in mind he's making his test debut, having taken over from Barrett, who's only played the 5 tests. And once again, it's a replay of the previous ball. Holder tries to guide it behind point. Kishan drops the ball again behind the stumps.
And Andrew Jaiswal would be better off allowing this ball. These are wide balls. He shouldn't be playing at them. Can easily get an edge and either get caught behind or at slip.
Yeah, or whack it. There's Jadeja to Holder, drives up to mid-off where Siraj does the fielding and there's no run. There's Jadeja once more and Holder is defending. I think Holder just really has to wait for the ball to hit here and just otherwise be very defensive minded. This time he gets one off the inside edge into the leg side where Ashwin fields, but not before Holder can get through for a single to get off the mark. That's the end of the 34th over. West Indies are 82 for 5 here at Windsor Park.
Another good over from Jadeja, and he bowled it over so quickly. He doesn't really give the bowler on the other end, who's a simmer, time to really relax. It's over there, sometimes bowled under 2 minutes, Andrew.
Yeah, very fast, isn't he, Jadeja? Might get lucky, well, depending on which way you look at it, but I'm really looking forward to seeing how Jaiswal bats.
Myself too.
Well, I mean, coming into a game with a first-class average of 80, you know, it's not in a handful of games, it's 15. So, you know, what's that, a season and a bit's worth of cricket? It's only 21. Here's Holder facing a new over from Thakur. He's on the front foot. Just pushing that one away into the offside. There's no run.
I'm looking forward to seeing bat myself. I mean, you watch him in the IPL. He made many runs, but I want to see him in a test match in a 5-day atmosphere.
Some stats on some of the Western and the young Indian batsmen. Their first-class records. Astonishing. There's Thakur to Holder. Forward once more, and there's no run.
Well, in fact, I mentioned about Safraz this morning. Yeah. He's averaging almost 100, and he cannot get into the Indian team. A batsman in first-class cricket, averaging almost 100 or past 100 this season in India.
Astonishing, really, isn't it? But it also says a lot about the mentality of the batsmen. You know, they just want to score a lot of runs. Here's Thakur, this time Holder's looking to cut that one but doesn't time it at all, it just dribbles out onto the offside. Picked up there by Unadkat and there's no run. Very, very quiet here after lunch, Sebo.
Yes, it is. The crowd are very, very quiet. They probably have been disappointed with the score at the moment.
Here's Thakur. Bowling now to Holder. Just shoulders arms to that one. Let's go through the keeper and there's no run.
I'm sure they would have rather West Indies were what? 80 for 1 or 2. They would have felt better.
And the other thing too about it is I don't, you know, if you're looking at this, having just woken up or something in New Zealand or Australia and see the West Indies scorecard, you think, oh wow, the pitch must have been doing plenty, but the pitch hasn't been doing anything.
Very slow pitch. I mean, batsmen have got themselves out.
Here's Thakur once more. It was a short ball and so short that it actually got over the head of Jason Holder, who must be about 6'6" or something like that, maybe more, 6'8", and there's no run.
There'll be no devil in the pitch, Andrew. The pitch has played slowly. The ball is not spinning much. The batsmen, some of them are two or three of them have just given away the wickets.
Right, last ball of the 35th over. It's tackle, and Holder is defending once more into the offside. So that's the end of another over now. Tackle's finished 7 so far today. He has 1 for 15. And the score here at Sabina Park. The score here at Windsor Park is 82 for 5.
Have you been to Sabina Park? Have you ever been there?
I have actually.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Last year in August.
Okay.
Actually,
what, for the CPL?
No, for the New Zealand One Days.
Oh, okay.
I got a story for you though.
Yeah. Give it to me because the next.
I was on commentary, so I was sitting where you're sitting right now, and Glenn Phillips came into bat.
Yeah.
And just as I left the commentary, so like the next ball, he hit a ball into the stand and smashed the window right where I'd been sitting. It's a long hit too.
Glenn Phillips. Hits the ball hard, very hard, eh?
Very hard.
Yeah.
Here's Jadeja once more. And that strikes Athanaze on the pad. There's a loud appeal. But umpire Kettleborough is unmoved.
Maybe outside the off stump. Maybe struck him outside the off stump, playing forward.
Rohit just gesturing there that maybe he hit it as well. Anyway, they're not going to review that one. But yeah, Glenn Phillips smashed the window right next to me. Here's Jadeja once more, rolling to Athanaze. He's defending. Just looking at that replay, that appeal just before, may well have just grazed the inside edge of his bat, Athanaze. But it was also turning, so I think they might have missed the stumps anyway. Here's Athanaze, facing up to Jadeja, drives it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, so the ball was in line, but it actually spun, and actually it was going to, well, it was umpire's call on the wicket, so that's why it was given not out. Here's Athanaze back on the crease this time to Jadeja, and that's the opportunity to introduce Vimal Kumar, of course, from India, who's with us to provide his perspective on the Indian side and the performance today. As Jadeja bowls another one there to Athanaze, and there's no run. So just one ball left in this over, and then we'll come to Vimal. So that's the end of the over. It's a maiden bowled by Jadeja, and the West Indies here 82 for 5 at Windsor Park. Good afternoon, Vimal.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting me once again. There has been, I must tell you, on my YouTube channel, where this broadcast is also going simultaneously live, overwhelming response. They all are fascinated by you guys' style of commentary. Very, relaxed, typical Caribbean, unlike, the English, Australian, where there's too much excitement, or even in Indian commentaries. It's quite different.
Well, I kind of modelled myself very early on off a friend of mine, Garth Galloway, who's a commentator in New Zealand, which is my home country. And then his father, Ian, was also a commentator, and I just remember their style a lot when I was a kid, and then when I was growing up, Garth's a few years older than me, and I just like the way they commentate, and so I just kind of modelled myself on them.
So you come from New Zealand originally?
Yeah.
Which city?
I come from Wellington, actually.
Oh.
Here's Ashwin coming into the attack, replacing Thakur, and Holder is playing that one forcefully back to Ashwin, and there's no run. This time Holder's driving up to mid-on there, or mid-off I should say, where Jadeja does the fielding, and there's no run once more. So there's a big gap on the offside here. There's a point and a mid-off, so Holder is eyeing up that spot. On this occasion, he drives to mid-wicket, forces him to the leg side to mid-wicket, and there's no run as it finds Rohit Sharma. But yes, India leaving a very enticing gap here for Jason Holder in the offside. This time he just plays it up to long on. Very interesting tactic. India's got a long on and a deep backward square to a guy who's just come in. Is that a usual tactic when Ashwin's bowling?
No, I think they just want to try to surprise, because you see, Rohit Sharma is a captain. He is very highly respected, highly rated, because as you must be aware, the listeners must be aware, he has got the IPL trophy most number of times. There was one stage until this year, he had won more IPL trophy than Mahendra Singh Dhoni, great Mahendra Singh Dhoni. And because of exceptional leadership skills, yeah.
Here's Ashwin bowling to Athanaze this time. Shubman Gill dives to try and cut it off. He gets a hand on it, but it dribbles away from him, which gives Athanaze a chance to go through for a single. That takes him on to 24. And West Indies 84 for 5. Ashwin, last ball of the over, getting very close to the stumps, and Holder plays a very aggressive shot there, out into the deep. Shubman Gill coming round, and he restricts the scoring to 2. So Holder giving the long handle there to Ashwin, showing how he thinks he might play him. Anyway, that's the end of 36 overs. It's 86 for 5 here at Windsor Park.
Are you surprised the way West Indies top order has batted, or like India has been too good despite losing the toss on this wicket?
Yes, I have been surprised at the way the West Indies have batted, absolutely. I think that, aside from Chanderpaul who got bowled, I think all 3 of the other wickets, well actually all 4 of the other wickets, the batsmen all got themselves out. Brathwaite skied one to Rohit, Reefer chased a wide one off Thakur, Blackwood played an awful shot right before lunch to get caught, and then Silva just played a very ordinary shot to get out caught off Jadeja, who's just started his new over bowling to Athanaze, and there's no run. So yeah, I don't think India bowled particularly well at all. Not that they bowled badly, but yeah, the West Indies just lacked a lot of discipline, I felt. You take Reefer's dismissal, for example. He's on 2, chases a wide one and gets caught. Here's Jadeja bowling round the wicket to Athanaze. He's just defending that one back to Jadeja, and there's no run. Actually, the only guy who's batted sensibly is the debutant, Athanaze. He's looked excellent. He hasn't hit the ball in the air. He's been very good. He defends that one there.
Understands the importance of this game. How much hard work he must have put in to reach this stage.
Yeah, exactly. And it means a lot to him, of course, playing on his home ground in his Test debut. And not a lot of West Indians would get to do that probably, as he works that one way into the leg side. And Holder scampers through as the ball is returned and hits the stumps, and umpire Goff has called for a second opinion from the TV umpire Maria Rasmus. Maybe that was closer than I thought at first glance. Kohli there doing some great work in the outfield at cover, gathering the ball, firing it in. Oh, this could be out. Oh no, Kishan had to gather it first. Sorry, I thought that was a direct hit. So Holder comfortably home there. I'll tell you who has looked nervous today is Kishan. He's really struggling to glove the ball.
And this is understandable, because he must be, it's a dream come true for him, because for the last so many years he has been waiting to get a Test cap.
Here's the last ball of the over from Jadeja, and it's driven up to Rohit at cover by Holder. There's no run. That's it for me for a while. From me for a while. Andy Carter will be coming in to join you, Vimal.
Yeah.
And the score after 86 overs is after 38 overs is 87 for 5 here at Windsor Park.
But for your listener, I'm just completing the story. I may continue. Yeah. So I was saying Ishan Kishan comes from the same place where Mahendra Singh Dhoni used to come. So from the very beginning, he has been compared with the incomparable Dhoni. Everyone from the state, India, everyone sees him as the next MS Dhoni. And it's not easy to fill in those huge shoes. But yeah, over the last 4 test matches, KS Bharat, who played against all the 4 matches in Australia and didn't do much with bat, and Kishan is being seen as the game changer in the same mood of Rishabh Pant. Incidentally, both are very good friends. So let's hope he improves as the game goes on. Welcome back again, Mike.
Thank you very much. Ashwin continues from the Botanic Gardens end, and slight mix up there. Athanaze playing it there to Unat Kat at shot backward square. Setting up for a run and wisely sent back there by Jason Holder. So the West Indies, they won the toss this morning and went to lunch at 68 for 4. Since then they have lost Joshua De Silva, and the score is now 87 for the loss of 5. So the batsmen out so far, Chandapal for 12 when the score was on 31, 2 for 38 when Brathwaite went for 20. Rifa went with the score on 47 for 2 runs. Here is Ashwin, bows to Athanaze. Athanaze is going right back and playing it along the track to the bowler. Then we had Blackwood caught, brilliantly caught by Siraj of Jadeja for 14. The score was 68 for 4, and Blackwood getting out on the stroke of lunch. Here is Ashwin from around the wicket, and Athanaze stretches forward. He's batted quite well so far. He's on 25, has played every ball to its merit, and the crowd has built up somewhat, anticipating a good one, a big one from Athanaze as he drives, finds the man at cover, and he can score. So the over comes to an end at the end of over number 39. The West Indies 87 for the loss of 5, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
I must tell you something. A lot of Indian viewers are watching this. While they are quite fascinated by commentary, a lot of comments is coming. But the crowd is quite less, because I must tell you, Indian cricket team probably playing the smallest crowd for a test center, because so many people you will see whenever if just one Indian player in their school or backyard, there will be more people watching. Like if Virat Kohli plays a game in Delhi or Mumbai, there will be entire Dominican population, 70,000, more than 70,000 people will be watching.
Yes, you can see the crowds in the IPL, and certainly even in the domestic cricket with the youngsters playing, they turn out. So the support in India is huge indeed. As we see, Jadeja begins his 8th over. He has already taken 2 wickets so far. He has taken the wicket after lunch of De Silva, whom he had caught by wicketkeeper Kishan for 2. It was then 76 for 5. They have moved on, the West Indies, to 87 for 5. Ball striking Holder, and certainly you would see that leg stretched outside the off stump, certainly hitting him outside of the line of off stump as he was trying to paddle the ball down on the leg side, maybe trying to get past the shot backward square. There's a huge gap going down to fine leg, and Holder trying to see if he could get some runs in that direction. A delivery there from Jadeja, comes forward, strokes it there to Captain Rohit Sharma, who is at extra cover. Jadeja bows to Holder. Holder goes back, cuts, finds the man there at backward point, fields well, and again he can score. So Shubman Gill, the man patrolling the squarish cover, just slightly backward, gets a quicker delivery, lower trajectory from Jadeja. Holder comes forward and plays in front of him. So not the position the West Indies would have liked to be after having won the toss and going to lunch at 68 for 4. Now some repair work has to be done by Jason Holder and Alec Athanaze as Jadeja completes his over, his 8th over. He has 2 for 13, and after 40 overs, the West Indies 87 for the loss of 5. That's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
I think if you look at, despite India losing the toss, and West Indies has not been able to capitalize on winning a good toss on a good wicket, which looks a good wicket, and it is not surprising because India has a great pair of Ashwin and Jadeja. They have won test matches all over the world. So for this kind of attack, where even if India is thin on experience, especially in fast bowling department, the spinners, the experienced spinners, do more than enough to make up for the lack of experience, because these two gentlemen have played nearly, Ashwin is nearing 100 test match, so is Jadeja.
Here is Ashwin from around the wicket, draws Athanaze forward once again, correctly so, and the bowler fears to his own bowling. And even in Shadow Thakur, he has already taken a 7-wicket haul, and certainly 7 for 61, his best bowling figures, Thakur. So there is Athanaze hitting this one and hitting it, and wait for the signal down towards the backward square leg boundary. 4 runs is the signal there by umpire Goff. So getting into his wicket, a delivery just slightly short of a length, and quickly swiveling and hoisting it down to the boundary, the square leg boundary, and another boundary there for Athanaze. Lovely shot. The crowd
is enjoying because there's something to cheer about.
Yes, indeed. The local boy getting things done comes forward. Ashwin right on target once more. He doesn't give away much. When you hit him for a boundary or 2, he always comes back. He's a thinking bowler, a lot of guile. He comes from around the wicket, right arm off spinner, and Athanaze meets him with the full face of the bat and pushes it there to Virat Kohli, who is at short cover. 91 for the loss of 5, the West Indies. The post-lunch period as Athanaze comes forward, young left-handed batsman pushes it there, and once again Kohli does the fielding, and there is no run. So there's one slip in Rahane, the vice captain. Yunat Kat is at a short backward square. Mohammad Siraj at the backward point as the delivery is met with the full face of the bat. Much to the delight of the crowd, they show their appreciation for the knock by Athanaze so far. And at the end of over 41, West Indies 91 for the loss of 5. Athanaze is on 29, Holder is on 4, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
A lot of Indians, I am seeing the comments on my YouTube channel, they believe that before tea they will be able to bundle out West Indies, and they are already talking about 4-day finish with India winning the match. What do you think? Are they getting carried away, or we can seriously see some fight back?
Well, they need to fight back. They need to last to the end of play without losing all their wickets, the West Indies. Other than that, it will be a short test match, but let's not hope so. We want as much cricket as possible. We know the Indians, they are real fanatics in their cricket. They love their cricket. They come out to support, and there's no doubt in their mind about their team. You can see when it's shown on television, the manner in which they behave. They write the names of the players on their body, they're painted in the Indian colors, and it's really something special to behold.
So you guys must be finding me for an Indian, when I come and watch cricket or cover, it's entirely different ball game. Same for you guys?
Here is a delivery there, driving his order, hits the man there at silly mid-off, and there is no run. But you were saying that...
I'm saying that it's like we are fascinated by the Caribbean culture. Same with
Well, at one time there was that kind of a passion in the West Indies when the West Indies, they were on top of the world in the late 70s, 80s, and when Clive Lloyd and Vivian Richards and these sort of players ruled with Ambrose and Walsh, it was a complete different picture. They would turn out in large numbers, but with the decline of the cricket so far in the West Indies, it really has had the crowd staying away from the game. So there's something has to be done to inject that kind of enthusiasm once again in the crowd.
But isn't that paradoxical, as a lot of commentators, local commentators are talking about the decline of West Indies cricket? But if you look at West Indians are in demand, huge demand in T20 cricket. They have some fine players who are playing different leagues all around the world, high demand, earning a lot of money. But when it comes to the national team, West Indies have not been able to put a decent 11, whether it's a ODI or Test cricket. Why is that so? This is quite a complex subject for a lot of listeners, viewers around the world.
Jadeja bows the final delivery to Holder. We'll get back to that as the West Indies now 91 for 5, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park. Now the players, Hetmeyer, Puran, they go out there, they make lots of money, but they do not really want to play Test cricket. Because if you can go to Bangladesh Super League, Pakistan Super League, the Big Bash in Australia, IPL, and even in that last IPL, their performances still was short. You find a person like Ross wasn't up to standard. We'll come back to that as Ashwin begins his 14th over. He has already taken 2 for 33.
But you can't just blame the young West Indian player to look out for opportunity in white ball format, especially in T20, because that is happening across the world. You look at New Zealand, even England.
Gets a delivery there. Athanaze plays it there to the man at backward point. Fields well, Thakur, and there is no run. But you can see people like Cooley, they play T20 cricket, but their standard is that high that they can play all the formats. They playing 4 overs aside, you bowl 4 overs, certainly doesn't assist a fast bowler for sure. You only bowl 4 overs in Test cricket. You've got to bowl a 8 over spell, come back, and in the end you might bowl 20-21 overs.
But I must tell you, I don't know how many listeners are aware of the fact, because you get a different perception. I will just continue with that.
Gets a delivery which bounces and turns past the left-handed batsman Athanaze. He does well to let it go, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Let's watch the bounce on this occasion. Bounce and turn there from Ashwin.
Definitely, he has been a terrific bowler. Unfortunately, Indian cricket hasn't given him the kind of respect he deserves.
Ashwin, and again spinning the ball away from the left-handed batsman, and Athanaze really not prodding at it. Another good delivery there from Ashwin. He seems to have got a line just outside the off stump, leaving the left-handed batsman. But so far, Athanaze has responded quite well. Ashwin from around the wicket draws him forward this time, more on the line of the center stump. Athanaze plays it well. The over comes to an end. At the end of the over, Athanaze is on 29, Holder is on 4, and the West Indies 91 for the loss of 5, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Yeah, let me tell you, just before Jadeja starts his over, that a lot of people think, Test cricket, there is a huge passion for Test cricket in India, although it's partially true. Like the likes of Virat Kohli, who is very passionate, and Ashwin, or some of the players who play just only one. But the coming generation, like all over the world, they too are more interested in IPL contract. No one wants to slog it out for 5 days, play the red ball game, even in first class cricket. So the things have been changing in Indian cricket as well.
Well, let's go back to after this delivery, drive in straight to Kohli there at short extra cover, and again he can score. So Holder is kept on 4. He has faced 32 deliveries so far. Gets a delivery which covers up, guides it down to a third man, and will get a run. But before there was hardly a fast bowler in India. And now there's a birth of fast bowlers. You have Ishant cannot make the side, Umesh Yadav still cannot come in, and there are many fast bowlers who would maybe walk in on a West Indies side presently.
While that may be true from your eyes, but from Indian point of view, there is a different side to it. Because when Bharat Arun was the head coach, bowling coach, I will continue with that.
Here is Athanaze sweeping, a slog sweep, and it goes down to the boundary, getting that leg down and sweeping it, and he's sweeping it over the man there at backward square, and into the boundary it goes, and the crowd warms to the shot there played by Alec Athanaze. Watch it again, it goes down on one knee and hoists it over the infield, the man there at short backward square, and it goes into the boundary. Not afraid to play shots, Athanaze. He moves on to 33. And will beat coolly there at short mid-wicket, and we'll get another run. And Athanaze moving on merrily. He's on 34. The West Indies inch closer to the century. 97 for 5. They scored their 50 of 20 overs and 5 balls. Here is a big shot by Rohit. The ball bounces and 3 bounces and goes into the boundary. High over the bowler's head. Good solid shot there played by Rohit, and certainly freeing up his arms on this occasion.
Great shot indeed, and you need, from West Indian point of view, you need somebody to play those shots just to put pressure back on someone like Ravindra, because he's a very miserly, he can quickly put pressure by conceding too few runs. That has been his strength in Indian wickets.
Jadeja to Oda. Oda is driving pleasantly to the right of the man at squarish cover, does well to prevent the ball going past him, and they will get 1. The over comes to an end. Over number 44 is complete. The West Indies 102 for the loss of 5, and that's the latest score here at Windsor.
Let me conclude that story. We are talking about the strength of Indian fast bowling. So from January 2018 till March 2020, before COVID struck, that was the golden period of Indian fast bowling. The likes of Bumrah, Shami and Ishant, 3 fast bowlers, they took 285 wickets among themselves, and by average they were averaging nearly below 25, and West Indies in that were number 2. So that was the glorious day of Indian fast bowling. But since that, Ishant hasn't played a test match abroad, and although he hasn't retired, I believe he's doing commentary back home for the series first time. But since that, India has been struggling in fast bowling department because Bumrah is injured, Siraj has just come up.
Shami and Siraj, they make a wonderful pair of fast bowlers, and ably supported by Thakur, who always seems to get among the wickets. But we're watching Ashwin from the Botanic Gardens end, bowling to Hoda. Hoda is coming forward, plays it. The wicketkeeper darts from behind the stumps, and we'll send the ball back to Ashwin. So the 50 for the West Indies came off 20 overs and 5 balls. The 100 came off 43 overs and 5 balls. So they went to lunch, the West Indies at 68 for 4, and they've moved on to 102 for the loss of 5 as Ashwin bowls, and the ball goes there to short leg, and there is no run. So Ashwin so far has bowled 14 overs and 3 balls. He has picked up 2 for 33. He started the slide for the West Indies as Ashwin goes to Hoda. Hoda was trying a paddle, seemed to be in 2 minds. In the end, he got bat onto it. He's there rehearsing the shot, and he gets a single, but certainly a shot he would want not to repeat because it wasn't looking too gamely. But he got a run, and the score has moved on to 103 for 5. Here is Ashwin. Bowls to Athanaze gets the ball to turn and bounce on this occasion. Ashwin has picked up a line just outside the off stump of Athanaze, and so getting the ball to bite and turn. And if this game goes on long in the second innings, Ashwin will be a handful to contend with. He's got that spot just outside the off stump, turning away, and we can see that Rahani there at slip, vice captain, gets one right on the off stump. This time Athanaze handles it well. The over comes to an end. At the end of the over, the West Indies 103 for the loss of 5. Athanaze is 34. Jaiswal is 11, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
A lot of people in India are wondering how much good this will do to West Indian cricket if they manage to pull a surprise, if they manage to win the series. Singularity, one of my regular listeners, has asked this question to you.
Well, that would be a huge feather in the cap for West Indies. But it's some way still to go. We're just on the first day of the Cycle Pure Agapathy Test Series. There's one more test to be played at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad. This test is the 99th test played in the West Indies, and the 100th test will be played at the Queen's Park Oval. So big things. The West Indians are looking forward to big things, as we're about to see the introduction, the reintroduction of Mohammad Siraj, who had 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 17. He had a spell from the southern end, he had a spell from the northern end, and now he has returned on the media center end, the northern end, also called the river end, because there's a beautiful Roseau River just behind the commentary booth. Here is Siraj. Huda is driving, beats the man there at extra cover. They run one, they come back for a second, and that's all they will be. As the captain, Rohit Sharma, gives chase, but that was a lovely looking drive there by Jason Huda.
Holder seems to be trying slightly differently. He's trying to, bat slightly attacking cricket, and he knows a lot of these Indian players, having played a lot of IPL matches, especially the net practice with some of these top bowlers.
So we see a less attacking field. There are 2 slips as Siraj bows now to Huda. Huda covers up, looking solid in defense, pushes it square on the offside, and they can score. So just to run back, the West Indies, they won the toss. They lost their first wicket on 31 when Chandapal was bowled by Ashwin for 12. He faced 44 deliveries. They lost their captain Craig Brathwaite when the score was on 38, caught by Rohit Sharma of Ashwin for 20. He struck 3 fours in that 20, faced 46 deliveries. Rifa went caught by the wicketkeeper Kishan of Thakur for 2. He faced 18 balls, just 3 for 47, and they lost their 4th wicket on the stroke of lunch when Blackwood played an awful shot, and he was brilliantly caught. What a catch that Siraj took there at mid-off of the bowling of Jadeja. So the West Indies, they went to lunch at 68 for 4. Since then, they have moved on to 105. They have lost the Silva, caught at the wicket of the bowling of Jadeja for 2. He faced 13 deliveries, and he was out when the score was on 76. So Siraj looks around, sees there's 2 slips, squarish cover, extra cover, Captain Sharma there at mid-off, Unat Kat at mid-on, as it covers up Huda, and in defense, solid in defense. So far he has looked good, and they have added 24 and 5, 29 runs, Huda and Athanaze, and for the West Indies' sake, they need to carry on as long as possible.
I think, and see, everyone wants to win the game, and Indian supporter must be hoping that. But what they want is that there should be a good contest between bat and ball, especially over the last few years. West Indies has been good in Test cricket at least. They have defeated England twice, so that is not an easy task. So let's hope so that this series lived up to expectations?
Yes, we'd really love to have a very good series. India, very competitive side, as Siraj bows another delivery, and Huda plays on the offside and he can score. So it's really our hope. I mean, I'm speaking for all Caribbean people, that the West Indies will put up a strong fight, because it's a solid Indian team, and we always want to do well against India, Australia, England. For sure, these are the big names in cricket, and indeed not forgetting Andrew McLean's side, New Zealand. A very good side, and we really, as West Indians, would like to see the West Indies doing well. As Huda plays there, straight to Rahane at short mid-wicket, the over comes to an end. At the end of over number 46, the West Indies 105 for the loss of 5. It's going to be a drinks break. Huda is on 13, Athanaze is on 34, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park. And after the drinks break, we will have Andrew McLean to come back to do the commentary.
I will be continuing.
Just a little bit of a pause in proceedings there as the players take a well-earned break. Just having a look at the screen here, TV. Wow, that snorkeling looks pretty amazing. I'm not sure I'm going to get a chance to go snorkeling while I'm here at Vimal, but I must say it does look very appealing. You were saying that the Indian people like the West Indies.
We will continue that, Andrew, because I believe Curtly Ambrose is here, so I don't want the great man to wait. So it's in fact it's an honor that I'm being replaced by none other than the great Curtly Ambrose. Thank you so much. So yeah.
Yes. Just have a change here in the commentary position while their players are taking their refreshments and the ground staff are remarking the crease at both ends, just doing a little bit of tidying up there. Just a reminder that we're going to be on air right throughout this match here in Dominica. Let's hope it goes on for a good deal of time, because the Dominicans don't get tests very often. They haven't had one since 2017 was the last test match here. And my absolute pleasure to invite a man of vast experience on the cricket field, a knight of the realm. Good afternoon, Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Good afternoon.
It's very kind of you to come and give us some time to entertain the listeners on the Cut and Drive network, Sir Curtly.
Well, don't worry, it's not a problem, but I will charge you guys. I'll tell you early. I'll send my invoice.
You can make the bill out to Andrew Mason.
I certainly will. I charge him double. No, it's a lovely day here in Dominica. The last 2 days was raining, so we're happy that the rain has stayed away so far. And we get some cricket in.
Did you play play much in Dominica at
Never played
international
it.
level?
Never played here.
Really?
Never played here. Not even first class cricket.
Really?
Never played here. No.
So is it? Have you been here before? Or
Yeah, I've been here a few times. Yes.
Just
for commentary.
commentary.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
But playing, no.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah.
You had a pretty long career as well, you know.
Yeah. Well.
Right. Well, back live in the middle now. It's going to be Ashwin to continue around the wicket to Athanaze and defends up to mid off, and there's no run. So very important period of play here for the West Indies after a pretty bad first 3 hours of the match. Here's Athanaze driving once more to mid off. The man's quite deep there, so they have time to get through for a single. Siraj is a little bit too deep there, so Athanaze moves on to 35. What do you make of the wicket so far, Sir Curtly?
I don't like it that much, to be honest. I think that it needs to get some grass on it. I find that has been a problem in the Caribbean, that as soon as they mention cricket, they shave all the grass off the surface. And that to me is not all that good.
Here's Ashwin once again, this time bowling to Holder. And once again, Ishan can't glove it cleanly. He's really been struggling today with the gloves. Probably first test nerves perhaps, but sooner or later there might be an edge, and he probably needs to be catching a little bit better. Just the ball's going through as the next one is defended by Holder. So why would that be that they shave the grass off the wickets?
I don't know for sure, but
Here's Ashwin again, over the wicket to Holder, and he's defending.
I reckon the groundsmen believe that if you leave too much grass on the pitch, it may favour the bowlers too much, or the game might finish a bit early. There are many different reasons.
Here's Ashwin, last ball of the 47th over to Holder. He works that one up to deep mid-on, gets through for a single. And that is the end of the 47th over. It's 107 for 5 here at Windsor Park. Yeah, so those reasons that you mentioned, yeah, I guess the downside to that is that you have a wicket that it really hasn't offered much at all, has it? And it's also turning. That's the other thing.
Yes.
Ashwin's getting turned.
I mean, we see spin introduced as early as the 9th or 10th over,
Yeah.
which is unusual in Test match cricket on a first day, which tells you the nature of the surface. Now, what I think, and I've been saying this for many years, the groundsmen in the region needs to prepare better cricket pitches, where it's a bit of an even contest between bat and ball. If you can bat well enough and you get stuck in, you can score runs, and if you bowl well enough, you can get some wickets. But when you prepare these low, slow surfaces, it's difficult for stroke play.
Yes.
And then when we go overseas and get a surface with a bit of grass, a bit of bounce and movements, we struggle. So there are too many things going wrong in the Caribbean in terms of the surfaces we play on.
Here's Siraj bowling a new over to Holder. He just defends that into the offside and there's no run. But just as a comparison to your time when you were playing, is there a considerable difference in the wickets?
When I started first, the wickets were much better. Good contest between bat and ball. Not overly quick, where you favour the fast bowlers too much, but there's always something to keep the batsmen honest. And then you can score runs as well. And then after a couple of years, it started to deteriorate. It got lower and slower, and right now they're terrible. Quite frankly, the only pitch in the Caribbean that you can say is a good cricket surface is in St. Lucia.
Right, okay. Here's Siraj once more, and it's just defended by Holder, and there's no run. So what, in Groselay?
That's correct,
Yeah.
yes. It's been the best for a few years. Nice and hard and bouncy, good for batting, good for bowling.
So I guess there's no surprise for you then that the West Indies decided to bring Raheem Cornwall and John Warwick into the side.
No surprises really. Looking at the surface, it may favour the spinners later on, but it's starting to show.
Here's Siraj once more to Holder. He works that one away behind square. But the man coming around there is Thakur. He picks that up and restricts the scoring to 1. It's quite interesting those two guys haven't played since Sri Lanka in 2001. And they're getting recalled just now. Is that a reflection on the fact that they either lost form or the West Indies haven't had pitches to suit? It just seems quite a long time to be out of the side.
Well, in terms of Cornwall, he had a bit of a knee issue not so long ago. So I reckon they wanted to give him enough time to recover properly, because he does bowl a lot of overs when he plays. Some argue about his size and he shouldn't be playing.
Here's Siraj bowling to Athanaze this time, and it's a short ball, but he's well and truly out of the way, and there's no run.
But in terms of Cornwall, it was never about performances. He's always performed well in regional cricket, international cricket, so it's never performances. Some argue about his size.
Yes.
And then, like I said, he had a little bit of a knee issue for a little bit. So I reckon he's over all of that now, and he's back. Warwick lost form, wasn't bowling all that well, so he lost his place. Now he's back.
Here's Siraj over the wicket to the left-handed Athanaze. He just lets that one go through the keeper, and there's no run. But is it also a reflection that perhaps the West Indies are just struggling to find top quality spinners at the moment, that you're not getting someone that's consistently having a run on the side?
Well, as far as I can remember, since the retirement of the great Lance Gibbs back in the mid-70s, we have tried many different spinners up until this present moment.
Here's Siraj once more, and Athanaze is defending that ball up to Rohit at mid-wicket, or wide mid-on I guess you'd call that, and that is the end of the over. Athanaze is 35, Holder is 15, West Indies 108 for 5 here at Windsor Park.
We've tried many spinners, and none have really stayed in international teams for very long. They scattered over a few games here, a few games there, but there was no spinner really I can recall that has played for an extensive long time, where he's a real regular. You know, over the years, guys come, they go, they get back in, then they get dropped, they come back in, get dropped. So it's always been a problem, really. And most of these spinners will dominate regional competition. Lots of wickets, and then they get them in the test setup, and then they struggle. So that has been the norm.
Here's Ashwin beginning a new over to Holder, just defending, and there's no run. Now, I read somewhere yesterday that Cornwall has been taking 40 wickets a season pretty much all the time. That's
exactly my point I was making earlier. He's kept taking wickets, doing extremely well in regional cricket. And he's done reasonably well in international cricket, in test matches as well.
Here's Ashwin rolling to Holder. He's prodding forward. Kishan whips the bails off, but I don't think Holder would move from the crease, and there's no run. No referral. What's been your impression so far about young Athanaze?
Well, I've seen him before, so I know that he has got the ability to score runs. He's a very attractive player.
Here's Ashwin to Holder, and he's defending once more.
So I was just wanting to see him step up to international cricket, because like I said, regional cricket is different, A-team cricket is a little bit different. International cricket is a huge step up, and so far he's looking really composed, he's looking solid.
Here's Ashwin bowling to Holder, and he's back. That one turning into him, caught him by surprise, but he managed to defend it without pushing it to the man at short leg, and there's no run. Let's look at the replay here. That's turned quite sharply. Yeah, it did. Actually, I saw one earlier, Sir Curtly hit one of the foot marks already, and it's just spinning. So here's Ashwin, and Holder's driving off the back foot, pushing it deep out into the covers. There's a big long chase out there for Rohit. He gets the ball inside the boundary, but they come back for 3 runs. So well played there by Jason Holder. Nice elegant shot through the offside. That takes them on to 18, and West Indies on to 111 for 5. Got a few more questions for you, Sir Curtly, but we've got 1 ball left in the over. We can catch it after that. So the sun's shining over Windsor Park, which has come as a relief to all of us after the rain of the last 2 days. It literally didn't stop raining at all yesterday, right throughout the day. And so for those people here on holiday for the hiking and the diving and the beaches, it's a beautiful day, as it is out in the middle. And this time it's Athanaze lofting Ashwin over long on, wide long on, all the way for 6. What an absolutely beautiful shot that was. And don't the crowd love it. So Athanaze moves on to 41, and the score here now is 117 for 5 at Windsor Park.
He's a local lad, so they're certainly enjoying his innings so far. That's his first 6 in Test match cricket. But they've shown composure. He's not overawed by the occasion. And he's that kind of player, very calm, very collected. You know, so and he's playing really well. Wickets kept falling around him, but that hasn't fazed him at all. And he's really building it to getting a good total here for himself and his team.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Sir Curtly. I'd never heard of him until I read the team that was going to play yesterday, and I started doing a bit of research on him. Found out he was from Dominica, but I'd have to say of all the batsmen that have been out there today, he has comfortably looked the best. You know, he's playing the ball along the ground, he's timing it well. That's probably that was obviously a very aggressive shot there, but he's looked really, really good. Very elegant.
Very elegant player. And I mean, if you don't know his own debut, you probably would have thought that he's been playing for Test match cricket for a long time.
Here's Siraj beginning a new over, bowling to Holder. He's defensively forward. That long reach that he has, Holder, former West Indian captain, of course, and there's no run. Yeah, I read somewhere also that people are starting to compare him to Brian Lara already, but that first pull shot he played reminded me of exactly of the great Brian Lara.
And that is something that one should never do.
Of course.
I mean, the guy he's on debut, for Christ's sake. Let the guy, get grounded, get a taste of international cricket, hopefully get a long career, get some runs on his belt. But to be comparing him with Brian Lara at this stage, to me, is ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I forget who mentioned it, but I did read it somewhere, and but he's definitely got the shots, that's for sure. Here's Siraj once more, bowling to Holder, and he's defending once more. So Holder's been there for quite a long time already, 59 balls for his 18, so doing a very good job for his captain here, resurrecting the innings somewhat with young Athanaze, and giving the fans something to cheer about on what otherwise has been not the greatest of days for West Indies cricket, not the greatest morning with some of the shots. Losing 4 wickets before lunch is definitely not what they would have wanted after winning the toss. Here's Siraj. This time it's a bouncer. That must have been very close to being a wide. It was well over Holder's head, and there's no run. Well, what did you make of that shot by Jermaine Blackwood just before lunch?
Well, what I really want to say is not good for airplay. So I'll keep it nice and easy and just say it was a terrible shot, really. But I could add some words to it, but we won't go there. Just on the stroke of lunch as well. So I couldn't quite understand that. It was a brilliant catch.
Here's Siraj. And Holder this time's hooking it down towards fine leg, but it's caught. Caught it deep, well, deep backward square actually. Taken out there by Takor. So Holder falls, having just said he was looking so sound. He played the short ball, cross-back shot. Takor waited for it out on the boundary and took it comfortably in the end. And the West Indies lose another wicket with Holder falling, and Takor didn't he enjoy that, just seeing the replay. It's a good catch, and West Indies now 117 for 6. Holder caught Takor, bowled Siraj for 18. I think my co-commentator is lost for words once more.
Yes, to me, Jason Holder, wonderful player, very experienced, and to fall for that trap, to me, was not very smart of him at that moment. He got a bounce of the ball before, and he ducked and let it go by, which was the right thing to do, considering there's a fielder down at the back of square boundary. And the very next ball, he decided to take on the short ball. And that caused his demise. Now he's gone back very dejected, very disappointed, but it's his own fault. He ducked the first one, which is the right thing, should have ducked the second one. But took it on, never got hold of it, and he's gone. Not very smart cricket on his part at that time.
Now, is this a little bit of a surprise with Alzari Joseph coming in ahead of Raheem Cornwall?
A little bit, but Alzari Joseph can bat. Maybe, just maybe, because he's around for a while and Cornwall just coming back into the team, maybe they say, well, Alzari is doing well, let him go. But I don't think there's no great difference between both as batters. Yeah.
Well, I noted yesterday that that Alzari Joseph has a higher score of 86, so that compares with Cornwall 73. They've both got 250s, but Cornwall averages 18, whereas Joseph's 12.6. So yeah, not much in it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a great difference either way, but I prefer to see Cornwall just ahead of him. But like I said, give and take, no big difference.
So, with a new man at the crease, there's 3 slips in now for Siraj coming in. This is the 50th over of the innings, and it's defended by Joseph, and there's no run. I've actually seen a little bit of Joseph, not so much with the bat, but with the ball. I watched him in Multan last year. I watched him again when New Zealand played in Jamaica and Barbados. So he's quite an impressive cricketer.
Yes, he's got some good pace, enough pace to have batsmen on the side of caution. He's an aggressive type bowler, which I've always liked to see. Not just only with him, but fast bowlers in general. I like to see that aggression.
Here's Siraj bowling to Joseph, and he works that one away past gully, and it looks like it's racing out to the boundary there for 4. So well played, Alzari Joseph, off the mark with a 4. And that brings us to the end of the 50th over. Athanaze is on 41, Joseph is there on 4. And the score here at Windsor Oval is, it's just disappeared off the screen as I was about to call that. I think we're around about 122 for 4. 121 for 6, sorry, at Windsor Park. See also then, Sir Curtly, they kept the trap there for Joseph. They still had the man back there. So is that something you think they've sussed out about him, or they've just figured out that the way to get these guys out, especially at the tail, was to tempt them into hooking?
Well, I don't know if Alzari Joseph would go for the hook shot. if you got that fielder placed in that particular position at the backward square, he would have seen the demise of Jaiswal just before him. So would he want to fall in the same trap? I would think not.
Here's Ashwin beginning a new over, bowling to Athanaze. He's defending to cover where Kohli picks up and there's no run. There's Ashwin again, bowling to Athanaze. Kohli can't cut that one off at cover, and it's time for Athanaze to get a single. That takes him on to 42. Just making a change to the field now, just deciding whether to bring mid-on up or not. So there's 3 men back. Not all of them are on the boundary, but we've got a deep square, deep mid-wicket and a deep mid-on as Joseph faces his first ball from Ashwin and it's defended to Rohit at cover and there's no run. This time Ashwin finds an edge from Joseph, but it goes all the way along the ground. Rahane picks it up and there's no run once more. Very quiet now here at Windsor Park. All the fans are in the stands pretty much, in the shade, although it's very sunny out in the middle. And as Ashwin comes in once more, and Joseph's defending from the crease, and there's no run once more. So a slip and then a line of men, backward point, cover and mid-off on the offside, a short leg, a short mid-wicket and then 3 men on the deep on the leg side. Here's Ashwin to Joseph, defending once more and there's no run. So at the end of the 51st over, it's West Indies 1-2-2 for 6 here at Windsor Park. Another question for you, Sir Curtly. What do you think about the India's policy of not playing Ravichandran Ashwin all the time, given what he's achieved in Test cricket?
Yeah. That's a good question, because I've asked the same question, especially in that World Championship game not so long ago. It was a big hurrah about him not playing, but I don't know, because this is an experienced man. I've taken a loads and loads of wickets, so I really don't know. Is it a situation where they're rotating, or is it something personal? I really don't know, but it was very strange.
What I find really unusual about it is that they've got such batting strength with Jadeja and Ashwin. I mean, these guys are serious batsmen as well.
Yeah.
So it's not like if they include them, they really weaken the batting too much. I mean, they've got 500s, all against the West Indies, I'm told.
So that's why it was a bit strange that he didn't play.
Yeah.
It's such a crucial game as well.
Yeah, and same against my country, New Zealand, 2 years prior. He didn't play in that game
Exactly.
either.
So I really...
Here's Siraj once again starting a new over, bowling to Athanaze. And he ducks under a bouncer. What's happened here?
Looks like he was struck on the helmet. Because I see the umpire calling for the medical staff, which is the norm if you get hit on the helmet, even if it's a glancing blow.
So we'll look at the replay here. Yeah, so he went to go underneath it. Oh, it just grazed the crest on his helmet.
But that's the normal thing these days. Even if it's just a glancing blow or anything, they're going to call in the medical staff. But that's the way it is. That
leads on to perfect timing to ask me, for me to ask you, how regularly did you hit a batsman in the head area?
Hardly. You see, a lot of people look back at my career and figured because I was so aggressive, I've hardly hit batsmen, really.
Right.
Courtney Walsh and Andy Robertson, these guys, Marshall and these guys hit a lot more batsmen than I did.
Right.
Once or twice, maybe. I mean, I'll rough you up. I can tell you that, because I'm not going to make it easy for you. But in terms of hitting batsmen, I've hardly ever done it. Only a few times, yeah.
Interesting.
Yep.
I have a follow-up question coming. Here's Siraj bowling again to Athanaze, and he's defending. Were you tempted to hit Dean Jones after the wristband incident?
No, I just wanted to make life extremely difficult for him. You know, I mean, being a one-day game, I mean, bowling bounces and stuff, you know, they be called a wide and all that.
Yeah.
I don't want to waste my energy. If it was a test match, probably would have been different.
Right, okay.
But as a one-day game, I say, you know what, just make it hard for him, but forget about the short pitch bowling.
Here's Siraj bowling to Athanaze. He's just defending that into the leg side, and there's no run. Yeah, so I grew up in New Zealand, so I watched pretty much all your games that were those day-night matches in Australia. So it was just 2 hours ahead. I seem to remember he actually batted really well after that.
Yeah, he did. I didn't get him out, you know, but I just wanted to make life difficult for him because I was a bit upset. Well, not a bit. That's another statement. I was furious because I couldn't understand the request.
Right.
You know?
It's funny what you remember, isn't it? But I remember that game so vividly, thinking, man, what a thing to request. Here's Siraj over the wicket, and Athanaze is pulling that one behind square, but there's 2 men out in the deep, and it's picked up there by Jaiswal, the debutant, and one further run to Athanaze that takes him on to 43, I think. He played that into the ground, didn't he? It's really well controlled.
Yeah, I was just going to say the difference with that shot and the one that Jason Holder played, that Athanaze got over it, hit it down, Jason Holder went up. So that's the difference.
So adjustments to the field once more, of course. Alzari Joseph now on strike. And so there's 3 slips in place, or a first, a second, and probably a 4th slip for Joseph, the man from Antigua. Here is Siraj, and Joseph defends, looks very comfortable, and that's all he really needs to do right now, isn't it? He just needs to stay there for as long as he can, support Athanaze as well as he can, and not worry too much about how many runs he scores.
And he can bat a bit, Joseph. So if he stays there long enough, he will score runs.
This next one from Takura is a short ball. There was a man deep, but Joseph ducked under that very comfortably. And just on that moment, just wanted to thank Sir Curtly Ambrose for your time. Hope we can have you again soon. So that's the end of the 52nd over, and the score here is 1, 2, 3 for 6 at Windsor Park. And it's time to welcome back our comments man for today, our main comments man, Lockhart Sebastian. Sorry to delay your return to the commentary box there, Lockhart, but someone else was queuing up before you.
Well, you had a great man with you, Sir Curtly himself. I mean, one of the outstanding bowlers of the last, 40 years, you would think? Curtly Ambrose, great bowlers.
His test record, he averages 22. Like, it's unbelievable. As Athanaze faces his first ball from Ashwin, beginning a new over, plays it out to a deep point, and he goes through for a single, takes him on to 44. Yeah, what has he got? 405 wickets at 22?
Yeah.
I mean, that's unbelievable.
Malcolm Marshall at 20,
Yeah.
375. Joel Garner, about 20 as well.
Richard Hadley.
Yeah,
Don't
Richard
forget
Hadley.
him. Here's Ashwin, bowling to Joseph.
He wasn't outstanding. By the way, how is he health-wise? I know he had some issues himself, Richard Hadley.
I think he's doing all right, actually. Yeah. I think he had his 70th recently.
Oh, okay, that's great.
Yeah.
Outstanding bowler.
Here's Ashwin over the wicket to the right-handed Joseph. He's defensively forward, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, I grew up in the Crowe-Hadley era, right? And so I saw Hadley at his prime.
And Martin Crowe, this elegant batsman, Martin Crowe.
Here's Ashwin. Bowling to Joseph, and he tees off, and it just lobs up, and the simplest of catches to... don't even know what to say to Bernard Cart. I'd just been saying to Sir Curtly Ambrose, Joseph just needs to stay there, support Athanaze. He didn't look in any trouble whatsoever, and then he had an ugly swipe across the line, a lob to backward point, and he's gone.
Well, you aptly described it. An ugly swipe. That's the only description you can give for a stroke like that. Here it is, your team is what? 124 for 6. You have been promoted because normally Cornwall would have batted before him. Then another batsman is on 44 going well, and you play this ridiculous stroke, if you ask me. I mean, really, there's no excuse for a stroke like that.
Absolutely, and I had questioned why the big man was with Cornwall. I mean, not Ambrose. But why did Cornwall not come in ahead of Joseph? They've got fairly similar records in terms of 50s at Test level, but Cornwall has a pretty much higher batting average.
Well,
17 compared to 12.
Well, he normally bats before him. I was a bit surprised that Joseph was promoted before Cornwall. Well, he did help himself with the type of stroke he played.
I have to say, of all the dismissals today, that was the worst one.
Yes, it's horrible.
Worse than Blackwood's.
Well, and there have been a lot of poor shots today. Some of the wickets have been given away. Andrew, he was way across the line. The ball was pitched on middle stump, and he was looking to hit it past deep mid wicket.
And it's not just that. It's like what was his thought process? I'm sure, between overs, Athanaze would have said something along the lines of, "Don't worry, man, doing well done for ducking the bouncer in the last over. Just play solid. You're not looking at any trouble."
Well, you wonder what goes through a batsman's head when he plays a stroke like that. Your team in serious trouble having won the toss. Well, now I see the reason why, Andrew, why tickets for Sunday have not yet been printed. Because we'll be very lucky to get play past Sunday with the type of performance we're seeing from the West Indies team.
Well, on that note, as Cornwall faced his first ball from Ashwin, just comfortably pushes that into the mid-wicket area, and there's no run. Well, I guess we can make a tour plan for Sunday.
Well, of course we can't. Surely you
need it on Monday. So.
Yeah, you need an island-wide tour so you could look around Dominica.
This time Ashwin slips one past Cornwall's bat through to Kishan, and there's no run. So successful over for Ashwin. It's 124 for 7 here at Windsor Park.
And Andrew, that's the problem with West Indies cricket. Every time West Indies play, you think there's some hope, you think you're going to see some performances, but it gets worse every day. I mean, we just had this disaster in the World Cup qualifiers. First test match in the new cycle of the World Test Championship, and you see that type of performance.
But there's also got to be an element here of, and forgive me, I've forgotten who's coaching the team now since Phil Simmons left.
Andre Coley.
Right, okay. And so they've obviously come to the ground with a plan. If we win the toss, we're going to bat first.
Exactly.
And if that plan would have been there for at least a day or two, they've come out today like they're chasing, 150 or something. Mm-hmm. They didn't come out like they're just trying to establish a solid first innings. Mm-hmm. As I've said a few times on commentary now, apart from Athanaze, all of them, or maybe Chanderpaul as well, all of them have got out playing shots. Here's Ukanad now playing, coming back in for his second spell from the river end. And it's defended away by Athanaze, and there's no run. Ukanad. So far in his first spell he had, which was also from the river end, he had 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 7. So he hasn't really been used a lot so far today. And I thought he bowled fairly well early on. But yeah, it's just that recklessness of batting first.
Very reckless, is the correct word.
He's in again once more. He's the left armour, bowling over the wicket, and it's defended by Athanaze, and there's no run.
This is a test match, supposed to be a 5-day game. People have to bat long. You won the toss. You should be looking to bat till lunchtime tomorrow.
At least, yeah. So Una Cat coming back to the top of his mark, just in front of the advertising. Comes in, it's fairly close to the stumps, and Athanaze is driving. I think Una Cat got a hand on that just to take some of the pace off it. Oh wow! Did you see what just happened?
Of course I saw it. He probably almost got run out.
So
Cornwall.
that was fielded by Ashwin at mid-on or mid-off. He threw it to the wicket-keeper's end, and Cornwall was just virtually walking. It just missed the stumps. I wonder what's going to happen here. Look at that. Oh, I want to see a side on.
Yes, he's ambling actually.
Cornwall looked like he was going for a Sunday jog with his kids. Look at this. Oh, he was just there. Just there.
My goodness.
That would have really made it an absolute shocker today. There's Una Cat bowling to Cornwall, and he looks to not so much pull that, but it was a cross-batted shot, and actually played it down into the ground to square leg. Wow, he's an imposing figure out there though, isn't he? Look at, it sort of reminds me of WWF wrestling, where you had all these normal guys and then you had Andre the Giant, who made Hulk Hogan look small.
A very imposing figure, that's all I will say for now. Imposing. Rakim Cornwall, the big man.
Or to use an example closer to home, he's the Jonah Lomu. He's just that much bigger than everyone else.
It's not funny at all.
So it's Raheem Cornwall facing the left armour, and then he's worked that one away through mid-wicket, but are they going to go for two? Yes. He's going to get back comfortably, I think. Yes, he has. So Cornwall off the mark with two, and Una Cat now coming towards the end of his 6th over, 9 for 10.
Well, Cornwall was here up to about a month ago. He was playing in the Dream 11 T10 competition, so he has some fans in the stand. He was here recently.
Right.
About a month ago.
Here he is again, facing the last ball of the over. A solid defence. Crowd cheers that, and so at the end of the 54th over, it's 127 for 7 here at Windsor Park.
Yes, well, Cornwall seems to be a crowd favourite, Andrew. I mean, the crowd seem to enjoy watching him. I don't know what it is. They've seen that, and that they enjoy so much when they see Rakim Cornwall.
I'm just going to hand over. You going to come and join us, Andy? Do you want me to stay on? Okay. I'm getting a bit carried away here with having Curtly Ambrose with me. I lost track of time. I found it really difficult not to call him Sir Curtly.
Yeah.
You know, like it's just like.
He's Sir Curtly.
I'm actually not sure I've ever met another knight. I think it's the first one.
Have you met Sir Viv?
Definitely not.
What about Sir Andy Roberts?
No, but I've got a story about Sir Andy Roberts.
Well, give it to the listeners who want to hear it.
Well,
I'm sure himself would want to hear it up in Antigua. I'm sure he's listening. Spoke to him earlier today.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, I spoke to him. In fact, I noticed I missed a call from him about half an hour ago. Probably was trying to get me.
Here's Ashwin beginning a new over, bowling to Athanaze, and he's just defending that one. Athanaze, of course, on debut here today, the local Dominican boy, and he's on 45 and batting very, very well. There he is, and this time he drives very gracefully through the offside. There's a man coming around, he's going to cut it off at deep extra cover, and they get back for 2. So that takes Athanaze on to 47. Here's Ashwin bowling to Athanaze, and this time he's defending. Here's Ashwin once again, and this time there's no timing from Athanaze, and plays it into the leg side, and Ashwin picks up on his follow through. Trying to force that one through the covers, but it was actually a full toss. He didn't time it at all. Here's Ashwin, and Athanaze is defending off the back foot to Ashwin, and there's no run. Ashwin, and this time Athanaze is pulling, but he's skied it in the air and taken it mid-on by Shuttle Tucker. So such a disappointing way for his innings to end. Athanaze, he's batted so well on debut, so very well indeed, and he just didn't time that at all. Looking to force it when he probably didn't need to. As we take another look on the replay, it was a bit flatter, I think, and a bit faster. It skidded onto him, and just skied it up in the air to mid-on, and the simplest of catches for Thakur off the bowling of Ashwin. So another success for Ashwin. That's his 4th wicket. Athanaze has gone for 47. He batted for 142 minutes, faced 99 balls, hit 6 fours and 1 6. West Indies 129 for 8 here at Windsor Park.
Yeah, at the end of a very fine inning from young Athanaze. He played extremely well. That ball obviously looked like he wanted to hit it for 6. He was looking to go aerial one. Probably he should have been trying to hit it for 4. But having said that, I think he played extremely well. A good debut for the young man. And that does the start of many more runs to come from this young man. I think, Andrew, he has to feel proud. He batted well. I mean, it's a good debut for him. Obviously, he would have been looking to get to 50. He didn't get it, but I think it was a very fine inning.
Yeah, it's hard to be too critical of a guy on debut, isn't it? That a little bit of a rush of blood to the head, but maybe the ball was headed there to be hit, and he just didn't execute the shot very well. You wouldn't say it was a terrible shot. It just didn't quite work out for him. And that happens, of course, in cricket. Just this Andy Roberts story. So the New Zealand sort of like President's 11 or something came here in the late 1970s, and my friend John Morrison was on the side. They played in Dominica. And I'm not sure if it happened in Dominica, but it definitely happened on that tour. And it was a mix of like cricketers and non-cricketers, probably a few businessmen. And there was a guy from the west coast of New Zealand his nickname was Crash Aldridge. And he went into bat at number 11, facing Andy Roberts. And I think it was the last ball of the over. And it just whistled past his head. And John was batting with him at the time and walked down the pitch and said, "Is that all right?" He says, "We haven't got anything like that on the West Coast."
You know, Andy Roberts, great bowler. I think most people, because he only probably took 202 wickets, but to me, he was the outstanding bowler of the West Indies. Great fast bowler, Andy Roberts. We called him Fruity. That's how we called him when I played with him, Fruity.
Right.
That's how we called him.
Here's Unakad. This time Cornwall is playing that one behind point. He's timed it very nicely. But he's just ambling through, but I think it's got all the way to the boundary. It has. So 4 to Cornwall. Takes him on to 6 now. West Indies 133 for 2.
And Andrew, 133 for 8. Having won the toss, this surely is not a 133 for 8 pitch. Surely not. Surely not. We've seen some very poor shots today. Very poor.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. It absolutely hasn't. But you know, it just reflects the way that, I mean, India's bowled tightly, of course. They haven't bowled badly by any means. Here's Cornwall facing a short ball from Unadkat, and he ducks under it. Thought about pulling it, and he's no run. But this is what I was saying with Sir Curtly Ambrose before, Cebu, is the mentality. You know, they were batting like they were in a run chase.
You're right, and you wonder what, as you said, they probably in the team meeting last night, they decided what they were going to do. They won the toss, they decided they wanted to bat first. So obviously you'd think you played session by session.
Exactly. Unadkat now to Cornwall, and he drives that, just over the head of Rohit Sharma at mid-on, who's now going to have to chase. But look how fast Cornwall's running between the wickets. He's about to get lapped by...
But Andrew, that would have been normally 3 runs for 2 good runners. Easy 3 runs. And Cornwall, as you said, struggling to get 2 when that should have been 3 runs. Again, a poor stroke, he should have been out caught. He should have been out.
It was over his head, but it's... Sir Curtly said that Cornwall's been struggling with a knee problem. Is that why he's just... I mean, I'm not suggesting he should be, you know, Usain Bolt pace, but he could be able to move a little bit quicker than that. This time Cornwall was just dabbing at one, and he hits it very fine indeed on the bounce to a wide first slip, and there's no run.
To put it simply, he's not a fast runner, Andrew. He's not a fast runner. That's putting it simply.
Yeah, that's...
He's not the quickest runner. As you say, he's not close to Usain Bolt.
Another question for you. Outside of cricket, who's the most famous Dominican sportsman?
After this ball,
Here's Unadkat once more.
famous.
And it's defended by Cornwall.
Well, a good question. We haven't had any international in locally international. Well, I remember Jerome Roman years ago won a medal at the World Championships. It was a triple jump. We had this lady, Fia Lafo, who won a bronze medal at some, or golden medal, or whatever it was, at some meet in Bahamas. But that's a good question. I mean, apart from cricket.
I've got one for you.
Well, you'll tell me.
I did my research on this last night. So here's Unadkat once again to Cornwall. He's defending and there's no run. Frank Bruno.
Oh, the boxer, you mean?
He's born in England, but I think
They had Dominican parentage.
Dominican parents.
Parentage, yeah. Frank Bruno, boxer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this one you probably won't get, but are you familiar with the TV series Death in Paradise?
Not really.
So this is a BBC show. Anyway, one of the main actors who plays Dwayne, the policeman Dwayne, he was also of Dominican heritage.
I guess you did your homework before you came here.
Here's Unadkat bowling to Cornwall, and he's defending once more, and there's no run. So at the end of the 56th over, it's 136 for 8 here at Windsor Park.
And Andrew, with that sort of performance, we don't have a full house today, or close to a full house. I don't expect us tomorrow should have a bigger crowd than what we've seen today. Honestly.
Yeah, but the thing about that too, though, is that it's a weekday. You know, I mean, West Indies are probably going to be bowling most of tomorrow, probably the whole day, I'm guessing now. You know, do the fans turn up to watch the Kemar Roach and these players? Like,
well, you could come up and watch Virat Kohli.
That's true.
Virat Kohli.
Yeah, that's true. Or Rohit Sharma, or the
Or
debutant.
Shubman Gill.
Yeah, Shubman Gill. Wow, hasn't he been incredible in shorter form cricket recently? He's just smashing runs for fun.
This guy's a class act, eh? Shubman Gill.
As Ashwin starts a new over, bowling to the new man Kemo Roach. Ashwin looking for his 5-wicket haul, and Roach looks like he's got an inside edge there, or perhaps it's spun past his bat. Anyway, it's gone down behind the wicket keeper, and it's a bye in fact. So Ashwin-Jadeja hasn't been very tidy behind the stumps, I have to say. I haven't really been very impressed with his wicket-keeping skills today.
He's struggling.
Really struggling. Although he took the two that counted, the 2 nicks, he's taken them both. Here's Ashwin to Cornwall, 3-man back, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Cornwall, shoulders, arms. And there's no run.
Big Jimbo, they call him.
Just thinking, if you swap shirts with Cornwall, you'd end up with basically a dress. Compare that to Shubman Gill, it would be like a singlet. Here's Ashwin, bowling to Cornwall, and he's defending to short leg, and there's no run. I don't think players swap shirts, or maybe they do.
But in football, it happens very regularly.
Yeah, rugby the same, yeah. Here's Ashwin, over the wicket to Cornwall, and he's driving up to mid-off. And there's no run once again. That's the end of the over from Ashwin, his 21st. He's got 4 for 49, and it's 137 for 8 here at Windsor Park.
Well, probably that will be final over before tea, or less a wicket falls. If a wicket falls, then we have to play an extra half an hour until it falls. But let us hope half an hour, one more over. These guys should play it out, go out in the dressing room, have a discussion, see if they can get to 200. Although I think that's highly unlikely.
Yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you? I saw earlier the groundsman cutting the grass over there in Botanical Gardens, and now you can see it on the camera. You can see all his work, see?
Well,
He
Andrew,
cut all of that there. I was watching him before.
this was the main ground before the move to here.
Really?
In the gardens that's where most of the Windward Islands tournament. In fact, first-class cricket was played up there years ago.
Wow, that slope's bigger than Lord's. Here's
Yeah.
Jadeja bowling a new over to Roach, and he defends, and there's no run.
Yeah, in the gardens, that was the ground before
wow.
they moved to the Windsor Park.
Okay. Here's Ashwin from the river. Jadeja from the river end, left arm round the wicket, and it's defended by Roach, and there's no run.
And Andrew, you had huge crowds in the gardens in the 70s and in the late 60s. Yeah, you have crowds of almost 10,000 people watching Windward Islands cricket.
Cornwall wandering down the pitch to give Kemo Roach a little bit of advice. I wonder what he said. Here's Jadeja. Oh, and it's an edge off the outside edge of Kemo Roach's bat towards second slip, but it bounced in front of the man there, and there's no run. And that's Virat Kohli at second slip. Just see a replay here. Yes, an edge, but just bouncing in front of Virat Kohli. Here's Jadeja again. This time it's defended by Roach and picked up by Ashwin-Jadeja from behind the stumps. No run again. There's an air of inevitability about this, Cebu. Someone is going to launch very soon. I don't mean take off. I mean try and hit a 6 or something. Because they sort of got to past the point now where there's any point defending, right?
Well, it's tea time now. It's tea time. Obviously, Roach playing for tea. It's now tea time. We still need that tea. 137 for 8 in a lot of trouble, having won the toss. And it has been a to be putting it mildly, Andrew, a very poor performance from the West Indies cricket team today. Very poor batting performance.
Absolutely, yeah. So just to recap, at the start of the session, the West Indies were 68 for 4, with Athanaze on 13, with Blackwood having got out of the last ball before lunch. So in that session they moved from 68 to 133 and lost a further 3 wickets. Athanaze, of course, has been the top scorer so far. He made 47, and before him Holder was the first man to go after tea. He was caught Thacker, bowled Siraj for 18. Then Joshua De Silva caught Kishan, bowled Jadeja for 2. And then we had, who was out next? I'm just trying to remember. Yeah, after that it was Joseph, of course. He was caught by Unakad, bowled Ashwin for 4. That was 127 for 4. And then Athanaze, the last man to go out, caught Taka, bowled Ashwin for 47, agonisingly short of his century. So all in all, you'd have to say India's session, and the star bowler for them so far has been Ravichandran Ashwin, who has 4 wickets so far in this match, and he'll be looking for his 5th very soon, I should think. So just to recap some of those bowling figures for you before we wind up here during the tea break. Just looking at our scorecard here. So Mohammad Siraj, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 25. Jadav Undakat, 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 17. Ravichandran Ashwin, 21 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 49. Shadul Thakur, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 15. And Ravindra Jadeja, 111 for 11 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 24. And as mentioned, West Indies 133 for 7 at the tea break, and 133 for 8, I should say, at the tea break. And we will be back here at Windsor Park just prior to start of play after this tea break. Please join us then.
This is Cricket on Cotton Drive.
and the batsman is driving, an opportunity for a single, turned down there by Cornwall. Clearly a run there, the ball going to the man coming off the long off boundary, but Cornwall not interested. So on he turns, trying to go past the bowler in his follow through moves to his right, fields, and the over comes to an end. 147 for the loss of 8, the West Indies, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Well, I didn't understand that of the penultimate ball. It was clearly an easy single, and I don't know why they didn't go for the run. All the runs are needed now. Clearly an easy single.
So Cornwall is on 17 of 29 deliveries. Roach on the other hand has faced 13 balls for his 1. They need to occupy the crease. Remember, it's just the first day of the Cycle Pure Agapafi Test Series. Only 2 test matches to be played between India and the West Indies, and certainly the West Indies would want to have a good showing here before they move on to the 100th test over at the
Queen's Park Oval
in Trinidad. So Jadeja from the river end, the media center end, bowls a quicker, flatter delivery, low trajectory on this occasion. He seems to flight a few, varies his balls quite nicely, Jadeja. But just when you think that you're going to get a flighted one, he pushes it through. Pushes this one, and the batsman Roach, always good in defense, Roach, and doing well on this occasion, finding Captain Sharma there at short extra cover. Draws the batsman forward, a loud appeal. The Indians may have been feeling that there was pad before bat, but they're consulting, they're coming together. Sharma, Rohit is asking, and you know the bowlers always like to believe they've got their man, but I do not. The reaction, the body language from Rohit Sharma does not suggest that he will go for it. Well, and he has gone for it.
Well, they have 2 more reviews, so they might as well take it. I mean, 8 wickets down, they have nothing to lose, even if they were to lose that review.
So they have gone for it, and we're going to watch it on the monitor. It's coming forward, the bat and pad close, but it looks like the pad was struck before the bat. Lockhart, what do you make of it?
Well, it looks like pad first, and that could be curtains for Kima Roach. It looks like pad first, and if it's pad first, he could be in a lot of problems. It could be out, but it looks like the pad first.
So they're going over it again, pitching in line, impact in line, wickets hitting.
And he's out.
And yes, he's out.
Yeah.
So that's goodbye there for Roach. Roach goes, and the West Indies lose their 9th wicket with the score on 147. Roach goes for 1, and the West Indies in further trouble. 147 for the loss of 9 wickets.
And Andy, I'll say again, this is not a 147 for 9 pitch. Pitch has been slow really. You would ideally you would want a harder pitch where the ball comes on more to the back. But that's not a pitch where you should be 147 for 9.
Most definitely, I concur with you, Lockhart. That were the pitch. There was no devil in the pitch. You could see the opening bowlers did not get much out of it, and it's only when Ashwin came on. I always said that it would be a different proposition when Ashwin and Jadeja came on. But there wasn't anything unduly that should have disturbed the West Indies batsmen to that extent.
Well, we've seen some reckless shots today. I mean, we saw Azari Joseph, what he was thinking of. I don't know, we saw Jermaine Blackwood just before lunch with a shot I'm sure he can't be proud of sitting in the pavilion. So we saw Craig Brathwaite himself trying to hoist the ball over deep mid-wicket. So there have been a number of poor shots today, and the West Indian team, having won the toss, obviously they must be very disappointed with the kind of performance they have put on today at the Windsor Park.
Yes, very disappointed. We remember in 2011 they were dismissed for 204, but they managed to score 322 in the second innings thanks to Shandapol with 116 and Kirk Edwards 110. But it's a different day, it's a different time, two different sort of bowlers in Ashwin-Jadeja as Warwican comes forward to the first delivery, faces from Jadeja. Floats this one outside the off stump, dangling the carrot as they say for Warwican, and he bowls left but he's batting right. And can the West Indies get on to give them 150 first and then try to see if they can go on to 175? But first things first, the over comes to an end. At the end of the over, 62 overs have been bowled. Cornwall is on 17. Warwican yet to score, and the West Indies 147 for the loss of 9. That's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Well, now is the time for Rakim Cornwall and to really play some shots. I mean, he's batting with the number 11 batsman, 147.9. Now is the time for him to try and hit a couple balls over the boundary.
Well, indeed, he doesn't want to run singles, so I guess the only way out is to get going, get attacking, but they have realized that. They've posted a man deep on the wideish long on boundary. The field is well spread because they realize the intent of Cornwall. There's a deep mid wicket, a man on the deep square leg boundary, and certainly they realize Cornwall is not interested in singles. So let's see if they can get him out, going for the big hit. As he comes forward, ball goes to Unad Cut at backward point, and they can score. So Ashwin, the most wickets at
Usain Bolt type of running at all.
I wouldn't even compare him to your running knockout too much as for Usain Bolt. That's stretching it too much. As the Warwican comes forward to a ball from Ashwin, plays it to the man there, Unad Cuts at short backward point. Here is Ashwin, bowling right arm off spinners, bowling coming into the batsman, covers up, pushes it there to Jadeja, filling at a short mid-wicket position, and there is no run. So Warwican has faced 5 balls so far, yet to score. Ashwin to Warwican, quicker delivery, comes forward, and no run as the ball goes once again to the man at the backward point position. The over comes to an end after 63 overs. Cornwall 18, Warwican yet to score. The West Indies 148 for the loss of 9. That's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Yes, and we have lovely weather today. Lovely. You look at the lovely blue sky, brilliant weather, and I'm sure most spectators would have been looking for West Indies now to have been about 220 for 2 or 3 now, looking to get to maybe 400 by lunchtime tomorrow.
That is what would draw crowds. If you have that kind of a performance, you would expect people coming out on Thursday, Friday, and eagerly looking forward to the weekend.
Well, I don't think that will happen unless you have a storm tomorrow on Friday. That surely will not happen.
Here is Jadeja, Cornwall playing on the back foot, and the calls for a run, and sets off for it, and much quicker on this occasion, and gets in the run.
And players must understand, they are the ones to bring people into the ground. If people are not performing, nobody will want to come to the ground. Surely not. So they must know that they must perform if they want to see crowds.
Most definitely. Here is Jadeja.
Because I heard Craig Barfitt before the game asking people to come out. But people are not going to come out to see a team just after tea 149 for 9 in a test match on a pitch which is not doing anything out of the ordinary.
Yes, I quite agree with you, Lockhart. You've got to perform and have the crowd behind you. Had the West Indies be 118, 130 for 2 or thereabout, but to lose 9 wickets on the first day after having won the toss, it's really not acceptable. Drive in there, Warwican finds Jaiswal in the way, and he can score. Jadeja draws the Warwican forward, he plays it down on the onside. The man will come off the deep square leg boundary, and they will take 1, so the 150 is posted. 150 for the West Indies, coming off 63 overs and 5 balls. So the 50 came off 20.5, the 100 43.5, and now the 150 in 63.5. Floats this one outside the off stump, trying to tempt Cornwall. Cornwall lets it go through to the wicketkeeper, and the over comes to an end. The West Indies exactly 150 for the loss of 9, which is the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Yeah, the West Indies team continue to struggle, and we don't want to sound repetitive, but it has been a very poor performance. Disappointing. Most West Indians probably embarrassed by what has happened today, having won the toss, and it's really shameful, really, Andy, what has happened today at the Windsor Park.
Yes, there isn't much you can describe it other than shameful. You win the toss, bright, sunny conditions, everything in your favor. Were not in your favor, you would have sent India into bat. You recognize that that is a pitch where runs can be scored. You've gone in there, and by tea time you're 147 for 8.
Yeah, and sometimes you wonder if the players, if they don't think, think of the public. The West Indian people, in fact, last week you heard some prime ministers talking about they want to make the West Indies board. To do what? What are you going to, the prime minister, what are you going to say to the board? What can you say? When you see that kind of nonsense, I have to call it nonsense, you have seen today. Yeah.
Yes, it's performance which attracts the public, and if you're not performing and you have already failed to qualify in the World Cup, which was a disincentive, and now you come to the Windsor Park and you perform, you give that sort of non-performance, you can't call that a performance. Lack of performance. As Warwick comes forward to the first delivery of a new Ashwin over. Once again, Ashwin is deceiving. He was going for a heave, then he checked the shot, plays it there. The man coming off the long on boundary, and Cornwall not interested in a run. And appeal for a catch. The umpire, Goff, isn't too sure. Did the ball hit the bat? Is he claiming that he's going to have a word? So apparently he felt that there was a nick.
Well, the fieldsman himself is not sure whether he caught it, so that's why he was looking towards his teammates, and probably the umpire might probably try and have a look, but the fieldsman himself wasn't sure if he caught it cleanly.
So they have asked for the review there, and it was the fieldsman there, Shubman Gill, under the helmet at short leg, and we will have to look at it, the decision pending. And when these things happen, you would think that the umpire thinks that he got a bat or nick onto it, but was the catch taken? Yes, he
clearly hit the bat.
The glove, yes.
Yes, clearly.
And is the catch now taken, diving forward?
No, it looked like it bounced to me. It looked like it touched the ground.
Yes.
It looked like it touched the ground.
Yes.
I don't think that's a clean catch at all.
No, bumper ball they would call it.
It looked like he took it. It bounced before he caught it.
Yes, it hits in the glove there. You can see it clearly hits in the glove. Then the thigh, and then lob in there. Gill diving forward. Is his hands under the ball? No, you can't touch the ground.
That ball touched the ground. No way. Yeah. That should be given out. No way.
Yes, that cannot be given out. And one recalls in the last Test match when.
Was it Stark?
When Stark took a ball and they said he was in control of his body. He was in control of the ball, but not in control of his body. But this sparked a lot of talk all around. And let's watch it. They're watching it over and over. But clearly, from that angle, is his fingers under it, Lockhart? I think they're watching it very long.
Well, I see the fieldsmen walking off. Maybe they feel it out. Maybe they feel it out. They're walking down, and the umpires haven't given out yet. But maybe the umpires feel he's out.
So it's Marius Erasmus, the TV umpire.
Yes, he's a TV umpire. He's out. He's been given out.
So out. Yes, out. So West Indies lose all the wickets. 150 all out. Warwican goes for 1. Caught by Shubman Gill off Ashwin. Ashwin ends up with figures of 5. He has taken 5 wickets, and Cornwall is left not out. So West Indies all out for 150. Just Ashwin 24.3 overs and 6 maidens, 60 runs, 5 wickets. So what a performance there by Ashwin once again.
Yes, and you know, he continues to take wickets. And this guy, Ashwin, most times he's always the odd man out when India looking to leave out someone. He's come here today, having been left out in the World Test Championship final in England, and he's come and taken 5 wickets here today. And his spin partner had also bowled very well, Ashwin-Jadeja.
So the last batsman, Jomel Warwican, going caught by Shubman Gill at short leg of the bowling of Ashwin, and Warwican getting just 1 run, and the West Indies dismissed for 150 just about 24 minutes after 3 o'clock on the first day of this, the Cycle Pure Agapafi test, played here at Windsor Park. Bright sunny conditions, and to just go through the scorecard, we have Brathwaite went for 20, Chandapur for 12, but just to give you the bowlers as we have it on the board, Siraj 12 overs, 1 for 25, Ashwin 5 for 60 of 24.3 overs, Thakur bowled 7 overs, 1 for 15, Jadeja 14 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 26.
I wonder, Andrew, how the bowlers feel now. They won the toss. Obviously, when West Indies won the toss, I'm sure the bowlers were looking to put their feet up and relax for the entire day. People like Zari Joseph, Kima Roach, they now have to come out and bowl just after tea in hot sun. Surely it can't be very pleasant.
Certainly not. And to be out on the first day of a test match, not getting 200 runs, your back is against the wall, there's no doubt about it, and I do not know, they would have to try to dismiss India for, let's say, less than the 150, or maybe just restrict them to just over 200.
Well, you don't want them to have a big lead, that's the first thing, because if they have a big lead, with the type of batting you have, it'll look like the game could be over before tea on Friday afternoon. Yeah.
So, the only contribution, the main contributor was Athanaze on his debut, made 47. It would have been nice to see him go on to get a bigger score. He scored 47 of 99 balls, struck 6 fours under 6, and the only other batsman was the captain Brathwaite, who scored 20. In the end,
Rakim Cornwall
remained not out, and certainly nothing to write home about for the West Indies. Ashwin taking 5 for 60, and Jadeja picking up 3 wickets. Thakur and Siraj 1 apiece, and the West Indies, a dismal performance, all out for 150 on the first day of a test match which is supposed to be of 5 days duration, and the West Indies certainly, they have lost their way totally. Can they bounce back with a few quick wickets up when they come out there on the field?
Well, and you know, and the Indians have a very long batting lineup. Thakur is batting at number 9, and he came back. Ashwin at 8, Jadeja at 7, Ishan Kishan at 6. So this is a powerful batting team, and unless you can get an early breakthrough, you could be in serious trouble tomorrow, chasing leather all day and having to come into bat on Friday to ensure that you don't lose the game by Friday afternoon.
Well, not good news for the West Indies and the public, the Dominican public. They were anticipating a very good game. You could hear them, Athanaze getting runs, the West Indies will do well, and certainly it has not turned out so. It's a great disappointment for the fans. They still love the cricket, and we hoping that they will still turn out. But as you said, no tickets printed for Sunday. They might just have to come out to watch the signal band. But,
well, maybe they wouldn't have the signal band on Sunday because nobody will be there and nobody will be at the ground because after. But you know, how low can we go in the Caribbean? I mean, we had the T20 World Cup last year. We didn't qualify. With the 50 over qualified Zimbabwe, we didn't qualify. We lost to teams like Scotland and Netherlands. Now we come here to the first series in the next cycle of the World Test Championship, and we put on that sort of performance. People have to be watching that, come and even and listening to it and watching it on television as well. Really, so you wonder what is the answer on the cutter? What can be done to see a difference in West Indies cricket? I just don't know.
Well, that's the big question. What can be done? Because you heard they talk that they had done a good session over in Antigua and things were looking up. And when you come here, you find that you're all out for 150. Certainly not good news for the West Indies.
And it's the way you're getting out. I don't mind if you get out. You get a good ball. You were like Shanda Paul this morning, got a good ball that spun and it bowled him. But when you see people swiping before lunch, swiping after tea, all this sort of thing, I mean, surely it's not good for West Indies cricket. And it really is not good for people's heart in the Caribbean too. People get sick watching this sort of thing, Andy.
Yes, when you watch the way Rifa got out, caught behind, playing at a wide delivery on a first day, then you had Blackwood just before lunch playing a wild shot. The Silva played back to a ball which was very close to him.
Azari Josie played a wild shot as well. Jason Holder had been hooking up when he should be hooking down. They set the trap.
Just when he had a good partnership going, 41 runs and building up, and then he lost it. Azari wasn't on at all. You don't expect much from Roach and Warwican, and in the end, a total disaster.
Pathetic, what we're saying. I mean, really, it's not good for your brain and your heart and watching this sort of thing. Honestly, people who haven't got strong hearts probably be more worried about what's happening.
The umpires are coming out once again. I'm going to hand over to Andrew McLean. He will have the commentary. He will let us know, and we do hope that he can bring some fortune to the West Indies team and that they can pick up a few quick wickets.
Well, I hope so. I hope Andrew can bring the West Indies luck that we'll probably pick up, 2-3 wickets this afternoon. I am sure a lot of people, even though they want West Indies to get wickets, would want to see Virat Kohli making a few runs today. But West Indies really have to bowl very well to come back in this game, because when you score 150 runs on the first day of a test match, you are way behind. As I welcome back Andrew.
Yes, good afternoon, Lockout Sebastian. Good afternoon to listeners on the Cut and Drive network all around the Caribbean. From a delightful day here in Dominica. I must say I'm very impressed with the Heston and the team who've put this together. We've got this beautiful spot, open, not behind the glass. I feel like I'm in the ground. It's a nice view. We're not directly down the pitch, but we're adjacent, so it's good. As the ground staff just make their final the final bits of work they've done. They've got a very light roller out there at the moment. The West Indies players already out on the field. And just a reminder, just looking at the match officials, we've got Jeff Crow, the New Zealander, of course. He's the brother of the great Martin Crow. He's the match referee. We've got Murray Erasmus who's doing the TV.
Somebody said to me he doesn't live in New Zealand. Is that true?
Yeah, I believe he lives in the States.
Yeah, somebody told me he lives in Florida.
Yeah, I think he does, yeah.
And they said to me he's a big chef as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, somebody told me. In fact, Peter Matthews, a good friend of mine, told me he's a big chef. He likes cooking. And he lives in Florida, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. But yeah, he was Martin's elder brother. Of course, played for New Zealand as well. And the umpires are Michael Goff and Richard Kettleborough, both from England. Just a reminder, earlier today, West Indies won the toss and opted to bat. And at that point in time, Craig Brathwaite and the management team would not have been expecting to be coming out shortly after tea with only 150 to defend. But for us cricket lovers, we get the chance to see Jaiswal, who's going to be making his Test debut, or his first knock, his first batting in Test match cricket. He's 21 years old, and he averages 80 in first class cricket in 15 matches with 900s and 250s. Scarcely believable. It's going to be Kemar Roach now. Just looks like there's just a delay, something with the sight screen. Jaiswal's not happy there, so
maybe Andrew Jaiswal and Shubman Gill, that must be the future of Indian batting in the next few years. Jaiswal and Shubman Gill.
Here's Roach, round the wicket to Jaiswal, and he's looking to pull that first ball. It didn't really rise too high, and it went through to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva down the leg side. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, Rohit's 36, Kohli's 34, Rahane's 36. So...
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So young people, and then you still have Gaikwad in the dressing room, who's also on tour as well. Rutiraj Gaikwad.
And then you've also got Prithvi Shaw potentially waiting in the wings as well. Here's Roach bowling to Jaiswal, and he just lets that one go through the keeper. So, yeah, I read somewhere that India's been looking for a left-handed opening batsman for some time, and obviously giving this young man a chance. Shubman Gill dropping down one place to number 3. Of course, Cheteshwar Pujara has been left out of the side. He's playing county cricket for Sussex at the moment, not on this tour. Here's Roach again in the river end, bowling to Jaiswal, and he's defending that into the covers, where Alec Athanaze picks up the ball, and there's no run.
You look at the body language of the West Indies fielders, they don't look all that positive, Andrew. You look at them on the field.
Well, not really a surprise, has to be said, given how they've performed with the bat. Here's Roach again, around the wicket, bowling to Jaiswal, and it's defended once again, so no runs so far in this first over. So just looking at the field, we've got Joshua De Silva, the keeper, and we've got two big men, two very tall men, one slightly wider than the other, Cornwall and Holder in the slips. So they'll cover a lot of territory between them there. This time it's down the leg side once more from Roach, straight through to Joshua De Silva, and there's no run. So, no runs off this over so far. This is the last ball of the first over. It's Roach once more, and Jaiswal's defending into the covers where Athanaze fields, and there's no run. So at the end of the first over, it's a maiden. That's the latest from Windsor Park.
Yes, good first over from Roach. Could pitch that ball just about middle stump. Jaiswal playing in his first Test match, very watchful. No doubt looking for a big score, looking to have big debut. And no better person to be opening the batting with on your first Test than Rohit Sharma, a veteran who has made many runs for India. So it's a good partner to have, the captain as well, and during the first Test.
Yeah, I was actually surprised when I was looking at Rohit's stats yesterday. We know him so well from his one-day exploits. You know, and he batted down the order for so long for India, but before they elevated him to opening a few years ago, he's actually only played 50 tests. Yeah. I was really surprised when I read that, but 914 50s, averaging 45.22. So at the other end, it's going to be Alzari Joseph. He's made an has been a very impressive performer in recent times in all formats of the game for the West Indies. Here is Joseph bowling to Sharma, and he's just tucked up there. He's defending it into the ground, and it's picked up at mid wicket by Warrikan, the left arm spin bowler. Oh, that's a horribly wide ball down the leg side from Alzari Joseph. No chance of De Silva stopping that. It's gone for 4 wides. Steve Harmison would have been proud of that.
Yeah, it was in the Ashes, I remember. Was it?
Yeah.
When he bowled it wide, it was like 5 wides, really. It was so wide outside the Steve Harmison, you're correct. This one was extremely wide, this one from Alzari Joseph.
So that's one way of getting off the mark, I guess. Here's Joseph again, and Rohit onto the back foot, pulls that one away, out through square leg for 4. Very, very elegant shot from Rohit. Just easing back, playing with a cross bat, out to the deep square leg boundary for 4.
Well, that's a trademark shot from Rohit, Andrew, as you know. Lovely stroke past square leg. Well, Joseph should know that. I mean, that's one of his favorite strokes for a channel.
So they've immediately made a change to the field. Has Craig Brathwaite, Warrikan going to deep backward square, as well as the long leg that's in place. So 2 men not too far away from each other. Here's Joseph into Sharma. He's struck on the pad. That's very close, I think. Huge appeal from the West Indies. I'm certain this is going to get reviewed. Let's see. Keep an eye on Craig Brathwaite. And yes, he's referred that to umpire Michael Goff to go to the TV umpire Murray Erasmus.
Well, I can only surmise that hit him outside the off stump, because that ball kept low, and we will have to watch the monitor to see if it was outside the off stump, because that looked very good to me. If we look at it on the monitor.
It's possibly a question of height.
Maybe height, yeah.
I don't think it's missing the stumps.
No.
Past the leg stump.
Yeah. And was it going up still? Did he still have some way to go? Yeah.
It's on the crease though.
It could be umpire's call. It could be umpire's call.
Well, you mean just clipping the bails?
Yeah, clipping the bails. It could be umpire's call.
Yes, there's no bat involved.
Could be. That's the only thing I believe could happen. Umpire's call.
Michael Goff is both of these umpires are excellent umpires.
Could be umpire's call. That's the only thing. Yeah.
Well picked.
Yeah, I'm correct. Yeah, umpire's call.
Yeah. So the impact was in line.
Yeah.
It looked like it was hitting the bails, but as Sebo pointed out, it is umpire's call. So Sharma there, beaten, it must be said. It was a good ball by Alzari Joseph. Wouldn't say it nipped back or jagged back, but he was just beaten right in front of the stumps, but height saved him on that occasion. Here's Joseph to Sharma once again, inducing a false shot through to Joshua De Silva, and there's no run.
Well, that ball kept a little low, Andrew, and then so the wicket, after the first, they played some tricks because it kept a little low.
Indeed, it did indeed. Yeah, I think they went under his bat actually. Here's Joseph once more from the Botanical Gardens end. This time it's outside the line of off stump, and it's let
Rohit lets it go through to the keeper to Silva and there's no run. Here's Joseph, last ball of the second over, coming into Rohit. He works that one off his pads, out to the man coming in from the boundary, that's Warwican, and one further run to the total. That takes Rohit through to 5. Jaiswal's with him yet to score, and after 2 overs here at Windsor Park, it's 10 without loss.
Not a bad first over from Azari Joseph. We saw that close call for LBW against Rohit Sharma, and umpires call it was, but a decent first over from Azari Joseph.
Indeed. So just looking at this field again, we've got Raheem Cornwall at first slip, Jason Holder at second slip, Marlon Blackwood at third slip. Marlon Blackwood at third slip. Then we've
Marlon
got,
Black? Oh.
Sorry, not Marlon Blackwood, Jermaine Blackwood. Marlon Blackwood, what am I?
Well, Marlon Black, you know there was a Marlon Black who played for West Indies.
Oh right, was there? Jermaine Blackwood. As Kemo Roach starts a new over from the river end, and Rohit just lets that go through the keeper. And we've got Warwican at point. We've got Athanaze at cover. We've got Reefer at mid-off. Craig Brathwaite at mid-on. And that means out on the deep square leg boundary. That must be, is that Chanderpaul out there, I think? Mm-hmm. And then at fine leg, that must be Joseph. So here's Roach coming up past umpire Kettleborough, and Rohit's watchfully forward in defence, and there's no run. What do you think's a good outcome for the West Indies today, all things considered?
At least two wickets today, at least. They need at least 2 or 3. 3 would be happy, but at least 2.
Here's Roach steaming in again to Rohit. He's forward. Finds the middle of the bat, but just finds cover where Athanaze does the fielding. Of course, he made his test debut earlier today. Batted extremely well for his 47 before he just mistimed one off Ravichandran Ashwin, and the ball lobbed up to Thakur at mid-off and mid-on, I think it was, and he was out for 47. Here's Roach again to Sharma, and he's driven that one out through the covers, and it's going to run away for 4 comfortably. So just a little bit too wide there from Kemo Roach. Rohit had to reach for that one, and in the end took his hand off the bat as he hit it. So he hit it in one hand, so it was actually aerial for a while, but there was a huge gap between cover and point, and it raced away for 4. So that's the second boundary so far for Rohit. We had 1 behind square, and now we've had 1 through the covers. He moves on to 9 off just 10 balls. 2 balls left in this third over. As Roach just loses his run. Let's go back to his mark.
And Andrew, everything seems to be just quiet now at the Windsor Park. The crowd, I'm sure they're disappointed. The West Indies players themselves, they look like their shoulders are dropping, and it looks like a really quiet atmosphere at the Windsor Park Stadium right now.
Yeah, indeed. Here's Roach to Rohit once more. This time it's wide of off stump, and Rohit came forward but let that one go through to the keeper, and there's no run. And the clouds have just come in slightly here, but they don't look threatening, so let's hope it doesn't rain. It looks pretty clear, but the sun just has disappeared for the time being. It's Roach once more. approaching the crease, and Rohit solidly forward in defence, finds Warwick in at point. And that's the end of the third over. It's 14 without loss here at Windsor Park.
And you know, Andrew, you look at Kima Roach now, who has been an outstanding servant for West Indies cricket, and you wonder how long can he go, because nowadays he can hardly put batsmen on the back foot. You notice the guys that are just coming forward because he doesn't have the pace anymore to put batsmen on the back foot. So you wonder now after this series, what will be Kima's decision in terms of going forward for the West Indies?
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at what we can see with the naked eye here, we don't have a speed ball radar on the television monitor, so can't really get a feel for the pace. But my impression from what I've seen so far is he might not be bowling as quick as he once did. Here's Alzari Joseph, who is bowling pretty quickly. That one is wide of Jaiswal's off stump and through to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, and there's no run.
And you remember that series where Kima Roach tested Ricky Ponting in Australia in the series where he hit him a few times, and he used to bowl very quick, but nowadays he doesn't have the pace and he doesn't swing it as much, so he'll struggle because batsmen now can just come forward. And like I say, I don't know how long he intends to go after the series, the next test match in Trinidad.
Here's Joseph again, and it's a repeat of the previous ball outside the line of off stump, and left well alone by the debutant Jaiswal, who's faced 8 deliveries now, yet to get off the mark. So he'll have a few nerves, but he's obviously very accomplished. As we've mentioned a few times now, he scored 900s in 15 first-class games, so I'm sure he'll be patient enough, just bide his time and wait for the ball to get that initial run in Test cricket, to break his duck, so to speak. Here's Joseph, and this time, ooh, it's an outside edge in fact, but it just didn't carry to Jason Holder at second slip. So Joseph looking dangerous here. He had a great shout for LBW against Rohit in the previous over. This one has found the outside edge of the bat of Jaiswal. The ball sort of straightened on him. He played across the line, got an outside edge, but it bounced about a yard in front of Jason Holder at second slip. There's another one from Joseph. He's just lost his line slightly there. It's down the leg side. Jaiswal looked to play it, but just couldn't catch up with it. Through to keeper Joshua Silva, and there's no run. Joseph once again, that's a short ball, and Jaiswal sways out of the way, and Joshua De Silva leaps for it, can't quite get to it, and it's run away down for 4 byes. So Joseph getting some lively pace going and getting some assistance from the wicket.
Yeah, he's bowling pretty quickly. And I thought the keeper could have done better though, Andrew. I thought the keeper could have done better.
Yeah, I think he just mistimed his jump there.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to remember that ball's coming through pretty quickly as well, though, right?
But he's standing far back, so he could have judged the bounce of that ball.
Here's Joseph again, steaming in past umpire Goff, and this time it's down the leg side again. So just letting Jaiswal off the hook a little bit there, Alzari Joseph, after getting him in a little bit of trouble earlier in the over. And anyway, that's the end of the 4th over now. It's 18 without loss to West Indies here at Windsor Park.
Yes, not really making the batsman play. And Andrew, we just heard the guy on the PA system urging the crowd to rally around the West Indies and try to cheer them up. But the crowd seemed to be flat, and very flat. If you watch the people in the stand, people look to be very disappointed.
I think the best chance of that happening is if Brian Lara comes out of retirement.
Well, Branda,
bring him in at number 3.
well, he's a performance mentor for the team.
Here's Roach bowling a new over to Rohit, and he just runs that one away wide of gully. Jermaine Blackwood does the chasing, and it's 2 runs for Rohit. Takes him on to 11. So a brisk start from Rohit Sharma, the Indian skipper. 11 off 13 balls. Well, I've been buzzing since I was speaking to Sir Curtly. It's just, that's one of the beauties of this job, is you get to see your heroes, you know. I remember the spell that he bowled at Perth. We'll come back to that in a moment.
It's Australia, eh?
Yeah, here's Roach to Rohit Sharma. Just works that into the leg side, but Craig Brathwaite's there to cut that off, and there's no run. 7 for 1 was that spell that Ambrose bowled at Perth. Unbelievable. It's probably going to be the greatest spell in Test cricket of all time,
Well,
in terms of wickets and runs.
Well,
at
he was
least.
an unbelievable bowler. Eh? Fantastic, great, very miserly, hardly gave you anything to hit. That's a great bowler, great person, in fact.
Actually, I asked him, I said, because, come back to that. Here's Roach once more, wider on the crease this time, and Rohit pays that out to point where Warrican does the fielding, and there's no run. While we were on commentary, Athanaze the ball just glanced his helmet, so they had to have the concussion check and all that. I said to Ambrose, I said, did you hit many people in your career? He said, actually, hardly ever. He said, I wasn't worried about that.
Yeah.
I wanted to get them out.
Exactly, exactly. He was just a great bowler.
Yeah, his length was just immaculate, wasn't it? Here's Roach, spearhead of the current attack, bowling to Rohit Sharma, the Indian captain. It's defended up to his counterpart, Craig Brathwaite, at mid-on, and there's no run.
In fact, his first-class match, I was captain of the Windwards at the time. We played against us in Antigua, Leeward Island. That was his first-class match. Curtly Ambrose. He played against us. I was the Windwards captain at the time in Antigua.
And he was in Antigua for
his
Leeward
first
Islands.
match for Leeward Islands. Yeah.
Wow. Rohit just lets this next one from Roach go through to the keeper. So how old would Sir Curtly have been at that point?
Well, even when he started, he was still good. I mean, he developed to be this great fast bowler. But you looked at him from the first time and you looked that there was going to be something special from this guy, from that guy at the time. Yeah, in Antigua, I remember it clearly.
I'll tell you a fun fact. He never played a game of cricket in Dominica, ever.
No.
Can you believe that?
Yeah, that's true.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Well, in those days, the Windsor Park wasn't really, it's the gardens that was used most of the time.
Oh, I see. Here's Roach to Rohit Sharma, and he just defends that one up to Brathwaite again. So it's the end of the 5th over now. India are 20 without loss. And that's the latest score here at Sabina Park, at Windsor Park.
Well, as we said about Roach, he doesn't have the pace anymore. He does his swinging, and he will struggle now on good pitches. I mean, this pitch is not the best pitch in terms of pace. There's no pace, no bounce. But Roach nowadays is looking to get the ball tidy length and line and hope to pick up wickets. Even the guys blowing the trumpet, they're very quiet, Andrew. The guys they brought, we call it the Lapo Cabot in Dominican. Even they are very quiet. You see the orchestra over there?
Right.
Yeah, they seem to be very tired themselves. Hope they didn't have too much water to drink. All I'm hoping. So they seem to be very quiet. We haven't heard them for a while.
Oh well. They're certainly adding to the atmosphere. It all dies down as Joseph comes round the wicket this time to Jaiswal, and he swings at that one outside off stump, just flaying at it really, no feet movement, and it's through to the keeper, to Silva, and there's no run.
He still hasn't got enough to mark. He's faced, what, 12 balls now? Jaiswal?
Yeah, 13 balls.
I wonder what the record is for the most balls without getting off the mark in debut is. But this time he finds the middle of the bat, but it's cut off there at mid-off from a straight ball from Alzari Joseph, and Jaiswal timed it well, but couldn't beat the man at mid-on, which I think is Ramon Reefer, and there's no run. In fact, that's Kemar Roach up there. Here's Joseph bowling to Jaiswal. He defends into the covers where Alec Athanaze is fielding, and there's no run. So yeah, a bit of pressure will be mounting here on his young shoulders.
Probably anxious, probably wants to get off the mark.
I guess it just shows, you know, it doesn't matter where you are, who you're playing against, what the crowd's like. It's your first test match. No matter how good you are, you know. But in fairness, he's taking his time and just wait for the right ball to hit. Here's Joseph. This time it's a cut, and it's cut beautifully. What a way to get off the mark in Test cricket from Jaiswal. He lifted that over point out to the boundary for 4. In front of the scoreboard. Just looking at the replay again here, Joseph dropped it a little bit short and he just guided it on its way to Jaiswal. And well stopped by a security guard actually out there on the boundary. Here's Joseph, and this time it's pulled away by Jaiswal, but there's a man out on the boundary, restricting it to just 1 run. That's Chanderpaul out there. But yeah, from going from very defensive, he's played 2 very aggressive shots and 2 balls, and he's moved through to 5.
That will help his confidence.
Last ball of the over now. Here's Joseph once again. And Rohit pivoting on his back foot, works that ball round the corner, down to deep fine leg, and that is Ramon Reefer down there. He does the fielding. Rohit takes a single, he moves on to 12. India now at 26 without loss here at Windsor Park.
Well, the bowlers now are not really posing many problems for the batsmen. The batsmen seem to be very comfortable now. Jaiswal having gotten off the mark, and Rohit has looked good.
Have looked very good. I ask you a question related to the sponsorship. What does this mean?
Well, it's an Indian firm, I would think. I think it's an Indian company.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's an Indian company.
Cycle Pure Agabathi.
Surely not a Caribbean company. It's an Indian company.
So all of these are. Yes Bank must be as well,
yes,
right?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Duffabet definitely
yes,
is.
yes. Indian company. Well, you know, the Indians rule the world now in cricket. And some people say the BCCI, the ICC, some people say.
Yeah, well, actually New Zealand played Pakistan in a series last year before the T20 World Cup. As Roach comes into row, he defends, and there's no run. Yeah, tri-series between New Zealand, Bangladesh and Pakistan. The sponsor of the series, this is in Christchurch, the sponsor of the series was a Bangladesh, it's called Banglawash. Some sort of Bangladeshi company was the sponsor of the series in New Zealand.
In New Zealand?
In New Zealand.
Oh, unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable, isn't it? Here's Roach again, sun shining on his back. As he comes up, and Rohit looks to whip that one way down the leg side. There's an appeal. They look confident in the West Indies.
Roach does.
Yeah, holders seem pretty confident.
The keeper seems to be pointing towards the pads. He probably thinks it hit the pad.
And they're not going to review. Not going to review.
Andrew, when you're from Wellington, if there's cricket in Christchurch, would you come down to watch because of the distance?
I don't think they hit anything at all there.
No.
No. I mean, probably if there was a game on in, say, Palmerston North, but they don't play any international cricket there. No, I think, well, come back to that. Here's Roach once again, and Rohit's looking to hook this one, but completely misses it, and it goes through to De Silva. Yeah, I think, like, if it's related to, like, say, a holiday, so, you know, if you happen to be in Mount Maunganui, for example, you'd probably go to the game, or if you happen to be in Queenstown, you'd go to the game. But no, I wouldn't think of travelling as a fan to go to Christchurch or anything like that.
Or to Hamilton? Too far?
If you lived in Auckland, you'd go to Hamilton.
Yeah, in Auckland, it's close by, right? Yeah. Because we're what, 15 minutes away? I mean, from
it's about an hour from most places. Here's Joseph.
I'm talking
Roach.
from Hamilton to Auckland.
Yeah, about an hour.
Yeah.
Yep. Hi to my grandmother in Hamilton, if you're listening, Grandma.
Okay.
Yep. Just hit a single there to Rohit Sharma. Just worked that into the leg side off Roach.
Well, you live in Wellington, but that's a distance from Hamilton to Wellington, isn't it?
6 hours.
Right. Very nice people, New Zealanders. Getting a bit dark, Andrew.
Here's Roach round the wicket to Jaiswal, who's driving. It's well stopped by Chandapol at point, cut off the runs. So Roach has been tidy so far. He's just conceded 7 runs off 3.5 overs, but without really looking threatening either. I think Joseph's gone for more runs, but he's looked the more dangerous. But yeah, it is getting a bit cloudy. Here's Roach. Once more, and it's just left alone by Jaiswal through to the keeper De Silva. So Rohit's on 5, Rohit's on 13, Jaiswal's on 5. It's 27 without loss here at Windsor Park.
Yes, quiet. The Indians seem to be going about their business very quietly. They're 27 without loss. Obviously, they're looking not to lose any wickets today, and if they don't lose any wickets today, they'll be in a very strong position, having bowled out the West Indies for 150. We see Cornwall with his captain, no doubt it must be probably coming from the southern end, Rakim Cornwall, Jimbo, as is more commonly known. So it seems to be coming on from the southern end, Andy, that is Rakim Cornwall.
So India had spin after 9 overs. West Indies have spin after 7 overs. Let's have a little look here at Cornwall's record. I had a look at this yesterday, but my memory's not so good these days as I get older. 9 test matches. Oh,
about 58 wickets?
This is batting, sorry. Yeah, 9 test matches, 34 wickets at 37. The best of 7 for 75. So he comes in, bowls to Rohit. Rohit just defends. So we've got a short leg, short mid wicket, a slip, and then essentially a ring with 2 men out. Here's Cornwall to Rohit, defending. There's no run. Wow, I thought I had a short run up when I bowled off spin, but I think Cornwall's is even shorter than mine. Here he is, bowling to Rohit, and it's defensively forward, prodding at it, and there's no run. Here he is, Cornwall. And that's worked into the leg side by Rohit. A jog through for a single. Rohit moves on to 14. India move on to 28 without loss. And that brings the left-handed Jaiswal on strike. He's on 5 off 19 balls. So Cornwall's opted to go round the wicket immediately to Jaiswal. There's a short leg, but no man on the offside catching. And Jaiswal sweeps and sweeps beautifully through the mid-wicket area out to the boundary for 4. Picked the length immediately and played that perfectly and raced away for 4.
Very well played by the youngster, making his debut at the Windsor Park Sports Stadium.
Actually, he hit that in the air, but there was no danger there. There was no fielders out there, so very well played. Here's Cornwall to Jaiswal, last ball of the over. Jaiswal's defending, and there's no run. So at the end of the 8th over, Rohit's on 14, Jaiswal's on 9. India are 32 without loss here at Windsor Park.
Yeah, very quiet over from Cornwall, not looking threatening in his first over. Sort of beautiful sweep shot from Jaiswal to the square leg, and the Indians continue to consolidate their 32 without loss now, and the aim is, the objective for them is to bat till the close of play today. As I welcome back to the mic Andy Carter, who has just rejoined me. Andrew has taken a break, no doubt, to have some Coke, I think. Some Coke, some sandwiches. But Andy, it looks a bit cloudy, I see, towards the south. We're seeing some clouds building up in the south.
Well, they have brought in Azari from the media center end. He has replaced Kimaruch. And they bowls the first delivery here to Rohit Sharma, who defends, and there is no run. So India having a good start, 32 without loss. Rohit Sharma is on 14, Jaiswal is on 9, and that is in reply to 150 scored by the West Indies, of which Alec Athanaze scored 47, Craig Brathwaite 20. It was Cornwall 19 not out, and Hoda 18. And the Yorker length delivery hitting the batsman on the foot there. Certainly a painful blow struck there by Azari. It's never nice for a fast bowler to hit you on the ankle. You would know about it, Lockhart.
Well, maybe the toes, it might have been the toes it hit. Yeah, or maybe the bat hit the bottom of his toe. I don't know what has happened. But when we look on the monitor, we'll see exactly what happened.
But for sure, it's a painful blow. You can see it. Here is it, watching it on the monitor. In fact, he played the ball onto his right back leg, yes. And certainly he's hopping around. But he's off strike now as Azari prepares to bowl from the river end. Here he goes. 3 slips go down. Azari bowls a short of a length delivery. The batsman covers up, pushes it there to Roach, filling at the short mid-wicket, and he can score. So Rohit on 15, Jaiswal on 9. It was Ashwin who picked up 5 for 60, and Jadeja, he picked up 3 for 26. Siraj took 1 and Fakur took 1. They were the leading wicket takers for India, and dismissing the West Indies for 150 on the first day of the cycle pure Agapafi test. Here is Alzari Joseph, and he's driving the ball, peeling out the outside edge of the bat. It's going down to the third man boundary. The fieldsman gives chase. He stops the ball just in front of the boundary. Good stop there, and the batsman limited just to 2 runs. But you can see that Azari is generating some good pace. He's certainly a yard or 2 more than all the other bowlers on show so far. Not even Siraj bowled as quickly as he is doing presently. And here is the ball going, and just about a foot or so, Chandapal getting his hand onto it and preventing the ball from going into the boundary. Delivery from Azari, covers up there is Jaiswal, pushes it to captain Craig Brathwaite. They're at mid-off. 35 without loss. We're in the 9th over. India trail by 115 runs. And it's just about 13 minutes after 4. And they will go to 90 overs or just or there's a time.
Well, you can play an extra half an hour to get to 90. If you don't get it by 5 o'clock, you can play till 5:30.
Okay, so if you bowled your 90 overs and it's 5 o'clock, play stops at 5.
Exactly.
But if you're short, you keep on bowling till 5:30 to see if you can accomplish getting 90 overs. Final delivery, they're bowled by Azari, and the end of the over, 9 overs has been completed. India 36 without loss. Rohit Sharma is on 15, Jaiswal is on 12, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
The bowlers not really posing any problem for the Indian batsmen. Both Sharma and Jaiswal seem to be very comfortable, and they're not really any problems at all, Andy.
No whatsoever. And the West Indies, they're trying to use Cornwall from the same end which they saw Ashwin bowl. And he's in his second over now. The West Indies introducing spin after 7 overs. Roach having bowled from the Botanic Gardens end and Al-Zari from the river end. Now they've switched, where they brought Al-Zari from the river end, and now Cornwall is in his second over. His first over yielded 5 runs. These two batsmen, India boast of a strong batting lineup. This one is skied, but over the man there at backward point, Kima Roach, and the batsman crossed for 2. But going a 4 shot there by Jaiswal, going to hit the ball and not in complete control, the ball skying over Roach's head, and he got 2 runs. Here is Cornwall bowling from around the wicket, right arm. This time he's swinging, missing. The wicketkeeper, the Silva, dislodges the bills, but Jaiswal is well grounded.
Looked to be spun, the ball spun a bit, Andy. Was looking to hit past extra cover. Joshua.
But he did not really go down the track, stayed in the crease and swung, luckily for him, as Cornwall, right arm off spinner, floats and he's sweeping down to Shandapur at deep square leg, and will get an easy run. 1 more to Jaiswal, he moves on to 15. Rohit Sharma is also on 15, and India, in reply to 150 scored by the West Indies, 39 without loss. But the rain usually comes from the east. Whenever I see it's dark over in the southern area, it's really not too much of a threat. It's really when it comes from the east. The over comes to an end. Cornwall completes the second over. None for 8 after 2. And certainly the West Indies 30, in fact India 39 without loss, in reply to 150 scored by the West Indies.
Yeah, but Andy, you say sometimes when it comes from the south, but sometimes you can move from the south to go to the east, and then you get rain here. For somebody who played so much cricket here, when you look towards the lower area, as they say,
yes,
and you see it a little dark, you probably know that we're going to get some rain.
Yes, that's the area I'm fearful for, but it's not looking too dark at the moment. You can see some grey clouds over in the east, but certainly not threatening play at this point in time.
Well, I'm sure most people wouldn't mind some rain to extend the game. If rain, watch it out some so that you can have an extension, because if you don't get rain, we could be out of here by Friday.
So it's going to be Azari Joseph to continue. He has bowled 4 overs, which has cost 20 runs, and he's bowled with some aggression and some pace. Here he is. 2 slips and a gully go down. Has the batsman Jaiswal covering up, plays it back to the bowler, who fields well in his follow through. So no breakthrough yet for the West Indies. The drums, the Sakis drums, the Lapo Kabwid, they've come here to really spur on the West Indies team, but alas, they have let down the fans here at the Windsor Park, and even those who were intending to come will have been disappointed. Here is Joseph. Goes to Jaiswal. Jaiswal is playing this one. Emmanuel Field, Warwican, comes off the long leg boundary and they take one. So not the best of deliveries there from Azari Joseph, directing the ball on the legs of the batsman, maybe trying to get a bit more bounce, but not the pitch not responding. And it's a pitch where you've got to work hard, and it was a pity that West Indies gave away their wicket so easily on a pitch where you would think that the bowlers would have had to put much more effort, but they gave their hands away, and that's the way it is, that's the way the game goes. And umpire Kettlebro is ushering somebody to move behind the bowler's arm. Richard Kettlebro and Michael Goff, the two umpires, as Azari Joseph bows good pitched up delivery, and Sharma is in behind it, correctly so, and they would do well to get rid of Rohit Sharma, because I can tell you this man has had a double century. 212 is his high score. He has 900s and 14 50s. So he's a no-nonsense batsman, one who has an average of 45.22 in 50 tests. He came onto the scene late as a test batsman, but he has shown his worth, as this one is driven straight back past the bowler. This one will go into the boundary. A superb shot there by Sharma, just coming forward to a ball, pitched up to him, and he stroked it beautifully past the bowler for 4.
Yes, a lovely stroke by Rohit Sharma. As you said, he just came forward and didn't hit it too hard, just got in the middle of the mat, and it went quickly to the straight boundary for 4. And Sharma looking very good, and in fact both batsmen are looking very comfortable at the moment.
It's an ominous sign for the West Indies,
yes,
with people like
Shubman Gill and Virat Kohli
and Rahane.
Yeah.
It's a long batting lineup. Ishan Kishan making his debut.
Jadeja at 7 can bat, and we know.
Here is a delivery directed on the legs of Sharma. Turns it down to short fine leg. The Silva gives chase. The signal comes from the umpire, a leg by. And even Ashwin, who relishes the West Indian bowling, scored so many centuries, all his centuries.
5 of them.
All against the West Indies. So he would fancy his chances.
Maybe he mightn't bat, Andy. Who knows? There might be a declaration before, who knows?
So you're telling me that there might be something like 400 for 4 or 5?
Well, I'm hoping not. I'm hoping that West Indies can come back in the game and hold them out. I'm hoping that will happen.
Here is Joseph, bows a well-up delivery. Batsman Jaiswal pushes it to mid-on, finds Roach in the way, stops the ball well. The over comes to an end. Azari has bowled 5 overs, none for 25. India, 45 without loss after 11, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Yes, they're only 105 behind, and so if we get to after the 5, they should be probably close to 150 by close of play, maybe over 100, probably something like 40 runs short or something, if we get to 5:30.
Well, the question is, who can pick up a 5 or 6 wickets for the West Indies?
Well, the spinners look like they will have to do the bulk of the bowling, both Cornwall and Warwican.
So Cornwall has already bowled 2 overs, which has cost just 8 runs. We have not seen the introduction of Jomel Warwican, the left-arm orthodox bowler, and it's just a matter of time before we see him being introduced. Because there isn't much in it for the fast bowlers. We saw the Indian bowlers, they did not really get much assistance from the pitch this morning, and it was until Ashwin and Jadeja got into the act. As Cornwall bows to Sharma, who plays it to mid-wicket and sets off for a run, which he gets it quite comfortably in the end. 20 is 46 without loss, India. We've been blessed with good weather. When you think of what happened yesterday and on Monday, it was felt that there wouldn't be any cricket as Cornwall bows to Jaiswal. Jaiswal comes forward, pushes it to cover. Athanaze is there and there is no run. So it's really incredible to see cricket being played in glorious sunshine here at Windsor Park. Another delivery there from Cornwall, pushes it on the onside. Riffer, who is at short leg, fields, and the ball is back with Cornwall. Right arm off spinner from around the wicket. Draws the batsman back and across. Jaiswal keeping his eyes on the ball right through. Plays it to cover. Once again, Athanaze fields and there is no run. So fine starts by both Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal. As Cornwall floats this one, he sweeps, it's going down to the backward skill leg boundary. Shandapur runs across to his left, effects a good stop, sends in a good return, but not before the batsman crossed for 2. 2 more to the total. India 48 without loss. Final delivery of the 12th over coming up from Rakim Cornwall. So Cornwall making a return to the West Indies team after a successful, here is a ball which strikes him on the pad. Jaiswal, and the over comes to an end after over 12 overs. India, in reply to 150 scored by the West Indies, they have 48 without loss, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
And you know, Andy, it must be painful for Caribbean fans to be feeling this every time, like at this disappointment in West Indies cricket, and it continues to go on, and you don't seem to see any light at the end of the tunnel. The team seems to be doing, whether it be 50 over, whether it be 20, in Test cricket, badly all the time, and it really has been embarrassing for Caribbean people. A team like the West Indies that dominated world cricket for over 16 years, and now to have to feel that pain we have been going through in the last few years. And it's really sickening when you see what's happening with West Indies cricket.
Well, we're about to see Jomel Warrican introduced from the River End. Cornwall in the regional tournament picked up 35 wickets. Permore 28. Akim Jordan 22, Brian Charles 21, Makino Mindley took 19 wickets, and as Sir Curtly was saying, you bring these spinners, they take wickets in the regional tournament. When you bring them on in the Test arena, they do not perform, and they had gone through that. Clive Lloyd had tried, Indian spinner took almost 16 wickets in a match, and
Harwani or something like
Harwani,
that. Narendra Harwani,
and then
our spinners couldn't take anything.
And Butts had 1 for 103.
Correct.
So they really, Clyde Lloyd said, never here again. It's going with his. This one is struck hard and high. Where is it? It's gone over the mid-wicket boundary. 6 runs there. Picking up a ball there from Warrican and hoisting it over the deep mid-wicket boundary for a 6. Massive hit there by Rohit Sharma. So these are the same bowlers who take wickets. Can they perform here? Here is Warrican, left arm, bows to Sharma. Sharma comes forward, pushes it to cover. Athanaze picks up and there is no run.
In fact, Permall earlier this week made a statement, Andrew, saying that what has he got to do again to get back into the West Indies team. He made that statement.
But as Curtly Ambrose quite rightly said, you bring them on and then they perform well in the regional matches, 35, 40, 48 wickets, and then when they come in the Test arena, their performance just dips. There is nothing from them. Here is Warrican. Draws the batsman Sharma forward, plays it to Athanaze, who is at extra cover, and there is no run. So Sharma is on 26, Jaiswal on 18, 54 without loss. And here is Warrican once again, draws the batsman forward. Much better delivery. The over comes to an end. The first one from Warrican, which caused 6 runs, and at the end of 13 overs, 54 without loss. And it's time for drinks.
Yes, and so far the Indian batsmen, 54 without loss. They played very well, both Sharma and Jaiswal. They haven't looked in any difficulty at all. Azari posed problem briefly, he bowled with some pace, but apart from that, the bowling hasn't looked threatening at all. And both these batsmen are very comfortable. But goodly, they only had 95 runs behind, having bowled out the West Indies for 150. So at the moment, Andy, we can say India in a very strong position.
Indeed, a very strong position, and with the batting still in the hut, I can tell you, it will be a long day for the West Indies. And,
you mean tomorrow?
Tomorrow will be very long for them, and I dare say that the Dominican public would maybe more come out to see some good batting from the Indians, because they see them on TV and they know the class of Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma. Some of the young Indian players. Shubman Gill, very good player. Jaiswal, who was
Kishan.
very impressive in the IPL. So there's good talent on show, and they will have to just come and witness good cricket. But that's the position, 54, already under 100 runs, and certainly the picture doesn't look good for the West Indies.
No, surely not. Surely not. I have to say India in a very strong position. Two batsmen look to be well set, getting themselves in, and it's going to be very difficult for the West Indies bowlers tomorrow, Andy.
Well, they've got to have a performance such as Ashwin. Ashwin took 5 for 60. Jadeja 3 for 26. Thakur picked up 1 wicket, and Siraj worked hard for his 1 wicket, and they really kept the West Indies down on a pitch, as you quite rightly said, doesn't suggest 150 runs. The West Indies should still be batting about 250 for at least 4 or 5 wickets down.
Yeah, we saw some reckless shots today, no doubt about it. I mean, guys, when you will really wonder if they think they were still playing T20 or 50 over. This is a test match, a 5-day match, and we saw guys swiping, getting out before lunch, all sorts of foolishness we saw this morning. And you look at the West Indies team, they're in a huddle now, probably having a press conference on the field. We don't know what they're talking about, but I'm hoping that the captains can try and inspire his bowlers so that they could pick up a wicket. And surprising, Andy, that we haven't seen Jason Holder in the attack up to now.
Well, I dare say that he has decided that he will. He said it in his interview that he expects the wicket to take some spin, so he has resorted to Warwick and the Cornwall.
Well, he said that last night in an online press conference that he was going to play 2 spinners. Since yesterday he said that, Chris Bradford.
So the West Indies 150 came off 64 overs and 3 balls. So far, India, they have made their runs, they're 54 runs, and without losing a wicket. And certainly they would want to keep on going, the Indians. At the end of the day's play, they would want to at least get to 100. 64 and 13 would be just about 77 overs, 3 overs. So not too many overs left in the day's play.
Maybe about 10.
10 or 12, thereabout. So without much further ado, after this over, I will hand over to Andrew McLean once again to maybe take you to the close of play. So we'll just watch this 1 over. 13 overs have been completed. Cornwall begins his 4th. Here he is. Floats this delivery there to Jaiswal. Jaiswal opens the face of the bat, and Roach comes from backward point, fields, and there is no run. So the West Indies, they need a breakthrough, and they need it quite quickly. Short of a length, he goes back and punches it square of the wicket. Beautiful shot, using the crease, going back, judging the length well, and hammering it through the point region for a beautiful shot there, Lockhart Sebastian.
Oh yes, the youngsters seem to be growing in confidence. Young Jaiswal in his debut and playing very, very well.
Good, using the crease, going back and cutting beautifully there to the boundary. Here is Cornwall once again. Bowes the delivery, could see the ball spinning away from the left-handed batsman, Jaiswal. Jaiswal is on 22, Rohit is on 26, and India trail by 92 runs. Here is Cornwall once again. Bowes a good delivery there, spinning
And
away.
bouncing as well.
Yes, we saw that sort of bowling from Ashwin when India bowled, and Cornwall seems to have got that line right, so they've moved the short leg to silly mid-off. Here he is. Bowes draws the batsman forward. Blackwood will move from slip, pick up, and there is no run. So final delivery of Cornwall's 4th over. Final delivery of the 14th over. Sweeps and the ball is going down to fine leg. Blackwood gives chase, they run 1, they'll come back for 2, and 2 is all there'll be. So certainly getting some bat onto that ball there. Jaiswal, he moves on to 24. Rohit Sharma is on 26. India 60 without loss in reply to 150 scored by the West Indies, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park. After some words from Lockhart Sebastian, it will be Andrew McLean to take you to the close of play.
Yeah, well, the Indians looking very comfortable. They no problems at all with both the openers, and really when you look at the crowd, they are all very quiet. It doesn't even look like a test match now, Andrew. The crowd, they've gone quiet. They have not been inspired by the West Indies team, the way the players look on the field, and it's really a sorry sight what's happening at the Windsor Park Stadium right now. As I welcome back Andrew.
Thank you very much. Lockhart Sebastian. It's nice to have you in your company again, as I see Raheem Cornwall's just wandered off the field. Don't know if he's just taking a break or what. But, so here's Warrican bowling around the wicket, left arm round the wicket to Rohit Sharma, and he's just defending away into the offside, and there's no run. Warrican again, bowling to Rohit, and Rohit's just defending to backward point, and there's no run. So a very, very solid start here by the Indian side. West Indies going to 2 spinners already. We've got the left armer Warrican on now, and at the other end, of course, we've got Raheem Cornwall. Here's Warrican around the wicket, I should say, to Rohit Sharma. He's just defending. So this is better from the West Indies. At least they're not giving away easy runs. Bowling a tight line as Warrican. This time Rohit works it behind square. There's no one there, so Blackwood has to jog over and pick that one up. So one further run to Rohit. That takes him on to 27. It brings Jaiswal on strike to face Warrican. He's bowling to a slip and a short leg, and then 3 men saving one on the offside. There's Warrican, and Jaiswal cuts beautifully behind point down to the boundary for 4. Just waited on that and cut it savagely away for 4. That is the end of the 15th over. India are 65 without loss here at Windsor Park.
Yes, and the youngster continues to play very well. Young Jaiswal, in his debut test, playing extremely well, and together with his captain, they're really leading an inspired fight against the West Indies for the Indians. The Indians, in fact, today bowled very well to limit the West Indies to 150.
We see a bowling change coming up now. I'm not sure exactly why Cornwall went off the field, but I did see him go off after the last over. So we've got Jason Holder is coming on at the Botanical Gardens end for his first spell of this innings. See if he can get any assistance from this rather benign wicket. Sir Curtly Ambrose mentioned on air that he thought this pitch was bereft of grass, which he didn't think is the way it should be. There's nothing we can do about that now because we're going into the last hour of the first day's play. Here's Jason Holder steaming in, bowling to Rohit, and Rohit works that one off his legs, out to working on the boundary, and one run to Rohit. That takes him on to 28. The field having to change over now for the left-handed Jaiswal. Umpire Kettleborough walking from square leg on one side to square leg on the other side. And let's see what sort of field they put in place. So we've got Alec Athanaze at first slip, Jermaine Blackwood at second slip. Here's Holder, and Jaiswal just lets that one go through to the keeper, and there's no run. Sun's back out again. That's good. Let's hope it stays that way for the remainder of this match.
Well, the forecast for tomorrow is good, Andrew.
Is it?
Yeah,
That's
it's
good
good
to
for
hear.
tomorrow. Should be getting sunshine all day tomorrow.
Yeah, well, if you're the West Indies, it could be a long day in the field in the heat tomorrow.
Very long day, could be. Very long day.
Here's Holder, bowling to Jaiswal, and he lets that one go through to the keeper, and there's no run.
It could be a long and depressing day as well, Andrew. Depressing day.
Long, hot, and depressing. That's not really an advertising slogan for what you want. Hey fans, come along to a long, hot, and depressing day.
Because when you only make 150 in a team, probably at the close of play, probably 80 or 90 without loss, and you have to come all day tomorrow. You're probably hoping that rain of a storm would come, really.
Yeah, here's Jason Holder once more, bowling to Jaiswal. Once again, he lets that one go through to Joshua De Silva behind the stumps, and there's no run.
Because when you get up in the morning and you remember you have to go be there all day, you are behind. You are way behind in the game, and the only outcome that you see in front of you is defeat. So it doesn't really encourage you to want to come to play.
And so we've still got a fair few overs to go yet today too. So what do we have? This is the 16th over.
And what's it in ball 60?
64.
So that's 80.
80.
Two between overs, so maybe about 8 overs to go.
Yeah, okay.
We'll probably go till maybe about 20 past 5.
Is that a shower coming over the ground?
Well, a drizzle. I'm looking towards the east. There seem to be a few clouds up there. The umpires seem to be going out.
Yeah, they're going off.
Yeah. Well, temporarily, we hope. They cut the ground staff on. They're all dressed in yellow and they're running towards the covers now.
Yep,
the ground staff.
Man racing out there to whip out the stumps.
Yes, and the ground staff are running on.
Reminds me of Barry Wilkinson's friend in Kingston.
Trinidad?
No, in Barbados. A guy called Colin. He looks exactly.
That's him.
Is that Colin?
That's Colin. Yeah, that's him.
Oh, he travels with it.
All about it. That's him. Yeah, that's Colin.
I thought it looked like Colin.
Yeah, that's him. That's him.
Yeah, just for the benefit of the listeners who's wondering what on earth we're talking about, is a guy. He just runs on. It's almost before the rain starts. He just knows. He runs on and he takes out the stumps, and he gets the pitch ready for the guys to bring on the covers. And so they've just brought a cover on. It's raining ever so slightly. So,
well, as I look towards the east, Andrew, it's not all that bad. If you notice, the rest of the groundsmen are not really coming on, so it doesn't look like we're really going to get maybe to be a short interruption.
I think they could just come straight back on, couldn't they?
welcome back here to Windsor Park in Dominica. Players making their way back out onto the field, so that was almost a bit of a waste of time really. The players going off for rain there. It was a very brief shower. They brought the covers out onto the field. Well, just one basic cover, not all of the covers, and a few minutes later they've emerged and going to carry on. We figure there's about 8 overs of play left today, so gives the West Indies about eight overs or thereabouts to try and make a breakthrough, try and give this crowd, this loyal crowd of Dominicans who've been here all day, something to cheer about. Although it must be said at the moment, everything's going India's way so far. And they bowled West Indies out after losing the toss. They bowled them out for 150. Great performance by Ravichandran Ashwin to take a 5-wicket bag. But she's actually just got an unbelievable record in Test cricket, which just checking again, I looked this up yesterday, but Ravichandran Ashwin has 33 5-wicket bags now in Test cricket. That's almost the same as Richard Hadley, I think, but yeah, phenomenal bowler, so they did well there. And then these two opening batsmen, the skipper Rohit Sharma and the debutant Jaiswal, both on 28, as India resume on 66 without loss. Here comes Jason Holder, bowling to Jaiswal. He drives that one up to wide mid-off. It's picked up there by, I think that was Reefer up there, and they get through for a single. So Jaiswal moves on to 29. That's the end of the 16th over. It's India 67 without loss here at Windsor Park. Good afternoon. How are you, Vimal?
I'm fine.
I see you're still obsessing over your YouTube.
No, actually it's a different app, and they wanted to see, because there is a quite interest back home, how radio commentary, especially radio commentary in Caribbean, in England, quite popular. Not as much popular in India. So a lot of people wanted how it is done. So just I'm showing that recording.
Out of interest, is there much English radio commentary on the radio in India?
No, not
Really?
much. Yeah. So that's quite surprising, because nowadays everything has moved to TV, internet, YouTube.
Yeah. As Warrican starts a new over, bowling to Jaiswal. He's just defending into the offside where Chanderpaul picks up and there's no run. So Warrican, recalled for the first time since 2021 when he played against Sri Lanka and Gaul, delivers his next delivery, and it's defended once again by Jaiswal. Here's Warrican, this time driving up to mid-on, where Athanaze is, attempted to field it, but missed it, and it went down to Kemar Roach at long on, and they got through for the easiest of singles. So that takes Jaiswal on to 30, with him as his captain Rohit on 28.
Quite a fascinating pair. Both come from Mumbai, contrasting style.
Here's Warrican bowling to Rohit, and just defends that, and there's no run. So both these batsmen are from Mumbai.
Right,
okay.
Actually, if you look at Rohit, was being seen as prodigy when he started. Same is with the Jaiswal. So in many ways they are similar.
Right. Okay, and Rohit defends this next one from Warrican, back to the bowler. Not seeing a lot of turn so far for Warrican, although he's only into his 3rd over. But also with Jadeja, the Indian left armour, didn't see a huge amount of turn. It was mainly the off spinners, Ashwin, who was getting more turn from the foot marks. That's the end of the 17th over of the innings. India 68 without loss here at Windsor Park.
Isn't it quite little strange on West Indies' part? Like, they have such a good, formidable pace attack, pace quartet, and especially Kemar Roach is such a good bowler in home conditions. If you look at home and away, he's a different bowler in home condition. But they have opted for pitch which is going to assist spinners. don't the West Indies should have played to their strength, making a,
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I read Rohit's comments saying that they've looked at this pitch historically assisting spinners. Here's Holder beginning a new over, the paceman, and Jaiswal lets that one go through the keeper. But your point's a good one because, especially if you look at this match, you'd have to say India's got a very inexperienced pace attack, whereas the West Indies have got a very experienced one, and they left out Shannon Gabriel. So they've got the players, but Curtly Ambrose, Sir Curtly, when he was on commentary earlier, he was like, I just can't believe they produce a pitch with not a blade of grass on it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
And one more thing.
Here's Holder again, bowling to Jaiswal. He lets that one go to the keeper and there's no run.
One more thing, if you look at the pattern of Indian batsmen, whether it's senior or middle order, like they all are, in their last phase of career, whether it's Ajinkya Rahane, Rohit Sharma or Virat Kohli, and they have not among great form, especially overseas test matches. India has been struggling. Like, look at someone like Virat Kohli. In the last 3 years, he has just 100, that to a flat track in Ahmedabad. So if ever you wanted to put this Indian batting line under pressure, it had to be on the...
Here's Holder bowling to Jaiswal, lets that one go to the keeper and there's no run.
So what I was saying, if you ever wanted to put this Indian batting line under pressure, it should have been on a pace-friendly pitch, not this kind of, because this is like, and especially one point is that, and when you have someone like Ashwin and Jadeja, you want to neutralize that threat, you want to negate that. Why you try to give, maximum advantage to India?
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more there. And once again, it's Holder bowling to Jaiswal, and he lets that one go through to the keeper. Just a note to listeners, Raheem Cornwall has gone off the field. He hasn't come back. He went off just before the brief rain break and he hasn't come back on. Kirk McKenzie substituting for him, currently fielding at third slip. So that's also a concern for the West Indies. If their off-spinner's got a problem perhaps with his knee, which I know he's had knee problems in the past. Here's Holder, and once more Jaiswal lets it go through to Silva. So Jaiswal remaining very watchful. I mean, this is a great opportunity actually, just to change subject slightly. So this young man, 21 years of age, 15 first-class games, 9 first-class hundreds. I mean, what tell us about him. How can he be so good?
And if you get to know his background story, he used to sell, pani puri. It's a kind of dish on a street just few years back.
Wow. Here's Holder to Jaiswal. Lets that one go through to the keeper. That's the end of the 18th over. It's India 68 without loss here at Windsor Park.
Originally he comes from Uttar Pradesh, which is India's the biggest state in terms of population and area. And then there were not of opportunity because Uttar Pradesh is like not traditionally, like it's more like Dominican, doesn't produce too many test cricketers. So he moved to Mumbai very early, struggled a lot, but he was so focused, went to Under-19 World Cup, scored a lot of runs, being seen as so, even for him to making it to the Mumbai 11 was tough. It's just like in the heydays of Barbados, if you make it to Barbados team, it was as good as making it to Indian team. So for Jaiswal, an outsider, he was not originally from Mumbai. So that is quite a journey, and that tells you what kind of talent he is.
Here's Warrican bowling to Sharma. It's defended and there's no run. Now I just, I was just looking up some statistics yesterday and I was like, wow. I'd never heard of him before, I'll be honest. I was just like, wow, he's averaging 80 after 15 games with 900s. That's sort of like Ricky Ponting type stuff, at his age, as Sharma takes a single down to Roach at long off.
Not only that, he is one of the rare players, the upcoming talent, who is good at each format, like Test cricket, ODI and T20, although he is yet to make his debut. But he is being rated very highly because of his, technique, solid technique.
Here's Warwicken again, bowling to the man we're just talking about, Jaiswal, and he's defending and there's no run. This time Jaiswal's down the wicket to Warwicken, who dives and fields off his own bowling. Good commitment there, and there's no run. Yeah, I haven't. I must say I don't follow the IPL that closely. I'm not a huge fan of T20 cricket, so I just haven't come across his name before. As he defends another one from Warwicken, so watchful as well, Jaiswal. But those sorts of statistics are scarcely believed. That's the sort of thing you write a story about yourself when you're a kid, about how you're going to be when you grow up, Here's Jaiswal coming down the wicket and pushing that one up too long on. There's a run there for him. He moves on to 31, with him is Sharma on 29. India 70 without loss after 19 overs at Windsor Park.
Jaiswal has ticked all the boxes, which is needed for a youngster. He has got an opportunity ahead of Rituraj Gaikwad. Rituraj Gaikwad is a senior in terms of his India debut, obviously in white ball format. But Jaiswal, he was among the top 5 run getters in this IPL. So he scored heavily in IPL, where you get glamour, hype. The whole media is after you to put you on the headlines. And where nobody is watching cricket, like red ball cricket, first class cricket. So he scored runs there. It is rare for a youngster.
Here's Holder beginning a new over, bowling to Jaiswal, and he defends to cover and there's no run.
So it's rare for a youngster, especially young Indian youngster, who has done exceedingly well in first class cricket and complemented it with IPL form. So you don't get that kind of talent. You either get somebody like, getting runs in red ball, so he comes into test cricket, somebody doing well in white ball, so he comes into the white ball. Jaiswal is like all format player, so he is in all the squads.
Amazing. Here's Holder, right arm over the wicket to Jaiswal. He tries to cut that one, but can't catch up with it. Goes through to Joshua De Silva and there's no run. The other question I wanted to ask you is, I wasn't overly surprised that they left Pujara, Cheteshwar Pujara, out of the side. I think he's been out of form for quite some time, frankly, despite how well he's doing in county cricket. But I'm just keen to get your thoughts on sort of the thinking behind that. Here's Holder again to Jaiswal, and he plays and misses this time, goes through to De Silva.
See, Pujara has been a veteran and is one of the unsung heroes of Indian cricket. You can argue it both ways. Like Pujara has been dropped because selectors, the coach, team management, they think that now this is time to make some generational change, young players coming, because all are in the wrong side of 30s. I will tell you one stats, like this is the golden generation of test cricketers from India, and all are in their 35, 36, whether it's...
Here's Holder coming into Jaiswal. This time he lets it go through to De Silva and there's no run.
So we were talking about whether it's Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Cheteshwar Pujara, Ajinkya Rahane, Ravichandran Ashwin, Ravindra Jadeja, Umesh Yadav, who has not come here, Mohammad Shami, who has been rested, and these are the Ishant Sharma has already been dropped. So these were the players who made India #1 in the last. That's why India were able to dominate Test cricket. But now suddenly they realize they all will leave simultaneously, almost there. Everyone.
Here's Holder to the left-handed Jaiswal. He's driving and beating the man at cover, and that races away for 4. Geez, timing the ball sweetly. He moves on to 35. Rohit's with him there on 29. India move on to 74 without loss. So it's quite a significant. New Zealand actually has a similar problem.
Oh.
Yeah, we have very few players in their 20s.
Especially in Test. So they had to take this bold call. But people argue, why you single out Cheteshwar Pujara, someone who was so successful in Australia when India won in a series, historic series in Australia for the first time.
Here's Holder, last ball of the over, coming into Jaiswal, and he just defends back to the bowler. and there's no run. So at the end of the 20th over, India going along beautifully here. They're 74 without loss at Windsor Park. Yeah, so I was just curious about Pujara's case because, yeah, it's almost like, well, hold on, you can't exactly say Rahane's been in great form either.
Right.
You know, arguably even Kohli hasn't been in great form. So it's not like Pujara's the only one that hasn't been.
In fact, to be honest, Rahane would not have been here had Shreyash had been fit. He got the opportunity just because at the 11th hour Iyer was unfit, and he got runs in IPL. He was in a great form, and obviously Rahane also, like Rohit, he comes from Mumbai. Both of the captain and vice captain share a great equation. So, you know.
Here's Warrican bowling to Rohit. It's defensively forward and there's no run. But I take your point about the generational thing. It's like for football teams. At some point you just need to move people on. Here's Warrican bowling to Rohit. It's defended. There's no run. You know, you can't get to that. You can't get to the point where you get everyone retire at the same time. It's just not great. You know, I mean, look at that happened to Australia back in about, what was it, 2006, I think it was. Here's Warrican bowling to Rohit, and there's no runs. You know, you had Langer, Hayden, Warne, McGrath. They all left at the same time. And that creates a massive hole in the team.
Same thing happened in Indian cricket as well when Rahul Dravid, VVS Lakshman, Sachin Tendulkar, they almost retired.
Here's Warrican again. This time Rohit's driving up to long off where Kemar Roach does the fielding, and there's one further run to Rohit, moves on to 30.
So Dravid retired in 2011 after a horrendous series of Australia. Lakshman had a similar, horrific series in Australia, and then he had to retire. Tendulkar somehow extended it 2013. So there was a big hole, and then you saw this new generation, Rahane, Pujara, Rohit, everyone came along.
Here's another ball here from Warrican. He's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal. There's a shout for LBW, but just the line that he came from, he bowled very wide on the return crease there. There's a shout for LBW. Will Craig Brathwaite review this? He's got one more second. No. Just from the angle that he was bowling at, then let's have a look at the replay rather than me guess. So, oh yeah, pitched. Whoa. Whoa. I think that pitched in line, and I think it was hitting the stumps. Oh, you'd be gutted if you're the bowler.
Wasn't confident enough, it seems, while appealing.
Here is again Warrican bowling to Jaiswal. He's defending, and there's no run. Well, that is the end of the over. Looking forward to seeing a replay of that one. It's 75 without loss, India here at Windsor Park. Here's a replay now. Where did it pitch? Oh, pitched outside leg. Wow, the umpire's got great eyesight.
Yeah, they're far closer than we are.
Yeah. That's always been a tough one, even when I played cricket myself, not to any high level, but I used to quite like bowling around the wicket. I was an off-spin bowler, and umpires would never give them out. And I'm like, come on, man, sometimes they land in line, Well, I had this friend who was a left armer, and he couldn't really swing the ball in, but he'd always hit the man in front, and the umpire was like, no, not out, not out, not out, not out. Right, it's going to be Holder from the Botanical Gardens end, bathed in sunshine. He comes and bowls to Rohit, and Rohit, very watchful, just lets that go through to the keeper, and there's no run. I was quite interested when I was looking at Rohit's stats yesterday. He's only played 50 tests. I know he had that period where he kind of was a middle order player, and then they propelled him to the top of the order because he was doing so well in one-day cricket there. And I don't know what his average is at the top of the order, but overall
it's
averages.
quite great. Yeah, ever since he became an opener, especially in overseas condition, he has been a very solid opener.
Here he is, Rohit, defending. This next ball from Holder, and there's no run. Yeah, so he averages 45 over his whole career, but I'd like to know what he averages just as an opener. But you know, you just think, you look at his age, 36, I think. 36?
36, yeah.
He's only played 50 tests.
That's a big story, but I will just cut the story. There were quite, things, a lot of things. Luck, injury at the wrong time when he was about to make debut on the day of debut match. Yes.
Here's Holder, bowling to Rohit. Oh, and what happened there? Rohit defended it, and he thought it was going onto his stumps, but actually it just went out in front of him. And let's look at this again on the replay. Dug down on it. Oh, I hit it into his pad. That's what happened. Thought it was going to his stumps, but it was pad and rolled forward.
So he got chance his test debut, and in Hyderabad on the morning of a test match, he slipped and missed the debut. Viridiman Saha, the wicketkeeper.
Here's Holder to Rohit. He's defending to mid-wicket where Warwick fields, and there's no run. And what? And then someone else made runs.
So Viridiman Saha got, because he was a specialist wicketkeeper. India had no option just to play a batsman, so even if he was a wicketkeeper. And after that, he got injured. He was out of the action for a few months, and then obviously his form dropped. Someone came in the middle order, because at that time, if you look at, Rahane was scoring runs, Pujara was scoring runs, Kohli was scoring runs, and there were a couple of seniors. So it became quite tricky for Rohit to get into the team.
Here's Holder again to Rohit. He's defending into the offside, and there's no run so far in this over. Score remains 75 without loss. Oh, I see. Yeah.
And
just shows though, doesn't it? You know, like life makes so much more sense in the rearview mirror, right? And so he's got to 36. He's only played 50 tests. You know, like it doesn't seem a lot for a player of his ability.
Absolutely.
But it's only afterwards the story makes sense.
But I think it is like classic case of glass being half full or half empty, the way you look at it. If I am Rohit Sharma, I will tell you about that.
Here's Jason Holder bowling to Rohit Sharma. He just defends into the leg side. There's no run. That brings us to the end of the 22nd over. It's 75 without loss here at Windsor Park.
While Virat comes from my city, Delhi, so Virat was never seen as a big prodigy, unlike Rohit Sharma. Rohit Sharma was, from the very beginning, he was being seen as the, the successor of the Tendulkar and Gavaskar, great Mumbai school of batsmanship. So, and he had this exceptional ability of having extra time, little extra time. His stroke play in the Inzamamul have kind of, moved. But somehow he was not able to translate that potential into the international form, because people were expecting, okay, Rohit will deliver, and somehow he was not able to deliver in international stages. So there was a time in his career, if I'm not wrong, 2013, I will tell you that story.
Here's Warwican persisting with his round the wicket line, and Jaiswal reverse sweeps. What a lovely shot, and it's out to the boundary. I don't know, do I call that point or square leg? It was a reverse sweep. point to a left-hander, let's call it that, and that's four runs. So Jaiswal looking very comfortable on debut. Reverse swept that beautifully all the way along the ground, out to square leg boundary for 4. He moves on to 39.
So Rohit was hardly playing any test match cricket. ODI he was struggling. In Sri Lanka he went 2013, 5 ODI series, and his score was 0, 3, 4, 5, 17 runs in 5 innings.
Wow. Here's Warwican again, this time Jaiswal's down the ground, pushing down the wicket, pushing it into the onside, picked up by Craig Brathwaite, and one more run for Jaiswal. He moves on to 40.
And then everyone asked that he should be dropped, he's not doing justice to his talent and all kind of talk. Mahendra Singh Dhoni stood by him.
Here's Warwican again, around the wicket to the right-handed Sharma. It's defended into the offside, there's no run. It always helps if the team's doing well as well, right? If
team's doing well and you're out of form, it doesn't make that much of a difference.
Definitely.
Here's Warwican. And Rohit defends once more. And he's the skipper in all formats now, right?
Not exactly. That is also a typical Indian cricketer story. I will tell you about that.
Okay, this is good. Warwican once more gets a defensive shot out of Rohit. He's just defends it back to Warwican. So Warwican's going to change his line here for the last ball of. This is Warwican's 6th over. He's got none for 20 at the moment. So he's going to come over the wicket to Rohit, who's changing his guard now, possibly taking more of a leg stump guard. Certainly that's what I was told to do when I played cricket at school, when facing a bowler bowling around the wicket. Anyway, it's outside off stump, it's through to the keeper. It's the end of 23 overs of India's first innings. They're 80 without loss, Rohit on 30, Jaiswal on 40. In fact, that is stumps. That is stumps on the first day here of this first test between the West Indies and India in Dominican at Windsor Park. And so, from a West Indies perspective, not a great day. Bundled out for 180, 150, and then India go to stumps without having lost a wicket. So I guess you could say we've had 87.3 overs in a day, a run rate of 2.64. So very, very slow progress, really. Bit of an old school test match, you'd have to say.
Especially if you look at we are living in the baseball days, so it looks quite odd. But before I go, I will just close that Rohit Sharma story a little bit in just a short time. So Dhoni stuck with him, Dhoni stood by him, and he told him that you forget middle order, I will make you an ODI opener. And Rohit, in the next ODI he plays against England in Mohali, scores 86 runs, despite whole India asking for his blood. Dhoni said no, he's too good a talent to be wasted. And since then the turnaround began. He went to Champions Trophy 2013, scores lots of runs, become the main ODI opener. Then Dhoni asked him in the same year against West Indies, when West Indies tour India, he made 2 test matches in Calcutta, back-to-back 100. So he was getting runs in Indian conditions, but was struggling overseas. And then up and down come, but until.
Okay, well, just to recap on the day's play, we arrived here at the ground hoping it was going to be fine this morning, and it was fine this morning. We've managed a full day's play, so after the threat of rain and the fear of rain, we've had a full day's play here. Just to recap, West Indies won the toss, elected to bat. Craig Braithwaite chose that decision. And just running through the scorecard, Craig Braithwaite was out for 20, Tangerine Chanderpaul for 12, Ramon Reefer for 2, Jermaine Blackwood for 14, Alec Athanaze on debut made a very good 47, Joshua Silva for 2, Jason Holder for 18, Alzari Joseph for 4, Raheem Sterling was 19, Raheem Cornwall was 19 not out, Kemo Roach got 1 and Jamal Warwican got 1. So West Indies all out for 150. The pick of the bowlers was Ravichandran Ashwin, who got 5 for 60. He was well supported by Ashwin-Jadeja, who got 3 for 26. The other wicket takers were Shardul Thakur, 1 for 15, and Mohammad Siraj, 1 for 25. In reply, India have moved on sedately, scoring at just under 3.47 runs and over. Right there is the debutant Yashasvi Jaiswal. He's 40 not out. With him is his captain Rohit Sharma. He's 30 not out. So India closing rapidly in on the West Indies total. They need another 70 to take the first innings lead. I think I won't go through the bowling figures for the West Indies because they don't make particularly good reading. All that must be said, Kemo Roach bowled pretty well. Alzari Joseph bowled with a bit of fire. So that is the end of the day's play here at Windsor Park. Thank you very much for joining us right around the Caribbean in your cars and your houses and your taxis on the Cut and Drive network. We'll be back here tomorrow at Windsor Park at 5 to 10. Thank you and good evening.
You've just heard commentaries on the West Indies India series, a production of the Cut and Drive Network. Join us again for more on Cut and Drive.